Ah, it's okay. So just drag to the bench. So it's not,
Yeah,
it's part of it.
Yeah. And I'm also planning on going down here, so.
Okay, great. Yeah. Gustav sent me, it's okay?
Yeah, perfect, looks perfect. Thank you.
Iveta, for your consideration, I sent everything to email. Just follow this. Speakers
Just
know.
at some point, I will ask you about pronunciation of those names.
Yes, yes. Yes, it's. We're going to have these names also displayed. So. Let's check. Tomáš, Jože. It's the same as here, but they didn't tell me. Actually, it's Slovenia. I didn't know that. Štela. Žopar. Jerneja. Jerša.
Okay, so it's like in
It's
Latvia.
Mary.
I know, we have the same letters, but it's just sometimes you pronounce totally differently, but you pronounce it the way it's written. So that's good.
Yes. Two of the some installations today because I'm given that Zvočnik niso vprašanje?
Ne, točno še nekaj kažeš.
Mine is better than heat. I hate
My name is Elisa Lioni, and I'm the Program Director for European Democracy of the European Citizen Action Service. For years, we have been studying.
There is no direct control, is there?
Yes, it works really well. I mean, this time it worked really well.
Does that work?
Very well. No, I mean this connection. I mean, usually I haven't been able to use this connection a lot.
Mm.
I've never been back for that, and it seems to be a really good connection. It's very blunt, and I know many students use it to
Oh.
connection. This time was running now. Watching yesterday. Then in the morning, I was here.
Oh.
Very good connection. Zurich, yes. It was very good. And yesterday, everything worked. Sometimes I never knew that I should be, really start.
Hello. Hi, Małgorzata. Can you hear me? Perfect. We are going to start in about 5 minutes, and you don't see me probably, I guess.
I see you.
You see me? Okay.
I see you, I hear you, everything is fine.
Okay, we also hear you, and you don't see you because we have this conference flyer on the panel.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Okay, so just keep this connection live. I will just turn off the sound from my side and
Yep, okay.
and after I will start, you could also hear me what I'm going to say, and then I will give the floor to you. minutes to just waiting for Bence to upload his presentation because he is out in 10 minutes. Cancellations of the participation because there is a rough weather announced in Ljubljana. So some people who are communicating to Ljubljana from the outside said they're going to stay at home and watch online. So we also have online streaming. So Norwak is going to be left behind, as usually said in the European Union. Okay, that's super. Hi, Małgorzata. I'm going to start with the opening speech now, and then I will give the floor to you, okay?
Perfect.
Thanks. Okay, I don't know.
For that, you'll have to turn off aeroplane mode.
Zoran,
Yeah.
should I use this or I don't need to use this? Speak. Thank you. Okay, good morning everyone. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Everything is okay? Perfect. My name is Simon Delakorda. I'm director at the Institute for Electronic Participation from Slovenia. I'm going to start the conference with a short opening remarks. Turn on the microphone. It's okay now? It's okay? Now it's on. Dear guests, dear colleagues, dear friends, it is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you on behalf of the Co-Deciding Europe Project Consortium and the Institute for Electronic Participation at the International Conference, Digital Crowdsourcing for Better Air Quality in Europe. Especially, I would like to welcome our dear partners from the European countries. Many of you traveled long distances to join us today in Ljubljana, so thank you so much. Especially, I would like to say welcome to Mr. Tilen Gorenšek, PhD, head of the digital sector for the digital inclusion at the Government Office of the Digital Transformation. Welcome. Today, many people in Europe are asking themselves whether there is a future for political democracy. Are the Europeans able to share common values of political participation, rule of law, and transparency? These questions today are pressing one, as we see on a daily basis that there is increasing skepticism and distrust into democratic decision-making institutions. On the other hand, we are living in a digital age of growing connectivity, information abundance, and digital opportunities for community building and citizens' participation. Therefore, the main purpose of today's conference, which is financially supported by the European Economic Area and Norway Grants Funds for Regional Cooperation, is to share experience and discuss different aspects of using crowdsourcing as a method for increasing citizens' participation in policy making for better air quality in Europe. Digital crowdsourcing represents a unique opportunity for large-scale citizens' participation, as shown by the Code Project experiment. During the first phase of the project, more than 2,300 comments were submitted about major issues with air quality in Europe. And also more than 600 solutions were proposed by the citizens in 6 European cities across Europe how to tackle these problems. Suggested solutions are mostly targeting supporting renewable energy infrastructure, car-free and greener cities, stronger public transport network in rural areas, and increased cycling and walking infrastructures. Many of these proposals are going to be further formulated by the citizens and experts into policy-making proposals, which are going to be delivered to the European institutions. Hopefully, this conference will raise public awareness about the crowdsourcing activity and the resulting policy recommendations. Thank you very much for your attention. Now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Małgorzata Nowak, the fund manager of the European Economic Area and Norway Grants Fund operator, to greet us with her opening remarks. Hello, Małgorzata. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Simon. Good morning, everyone. My name is Małgorzata Nowak, and I'm the fund manager of the EEA and Norway Grants Regional Funds. I am very excited and honored to be able to welcome the speakers and participants of this conference.
I'm sorry, we lost just a second. I think I pressed.
In deciding on matters that affect their lives. Of course, the topic selected by Code Europe project for the pilot is very close to home. This crowdsourcing experiment with topic of air quality is such a timely initiative. But with the experiment being successful, the future applications are possibly limitless, especially with the use of top-notch digital tools. As the FOR representative, I am not allowed to have favorite projects, but I am very happy that Code Europe was awarded with funding from the EEA and Norway grants. The initiative embodies the idea behind the grants, and I am following the project developments very carefully. I am also cheering for your success and for the sustainable possible solution that can come up from this project. Without further ado, I wish you fruitful and inspiring exchanges today and successful project implementation onwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Małgorzata Nowak. We also wish you a nice day, and we are going to be touched through the video stream of the conference to the YouTube. Thank you very much. Now, before I start with the program of the conference, I would like to introduce you with the agenda of today's conference. The conference is divided in two sections. The first section is going to address the issue of the digital crowdsourcing as a method of electronic participation. We are going to start with 3 very interesting presentations for the experts in the field. Then we will have a panel discussion from different stakeholders from the government, civil society, practitioners on the topic of the crowdsourcing. And after the lunch, we will focus more on the policy topics from the viewpoint of the air quality. What issues were identified during the crowdsourcing? What are citizen suggestions in this relation? So we are having a digital part and a green part, something similar that the European Union is addressing as a digital and green transformation. So now I would like to give the floor to our first speaker. The first speaker is from Hungary, Bence Ságvári. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning everyone. My name is Bence Ságvári and I'm representing the Center for Social Sciences, who is the lead partner in the Code Europe project. And as the first presenter, basically my aim is just to briefly introduce you the topic of crowdsourcing in general, and I would also like to talk a little bit about our project directly, but more will be told by Christina and Gustavs in the next 2 presentations. I would also like to thank you for Simon for organizing this conference, and of course for the funding operator who made this experiment possible that we are doing actually this year, and we will also evaluate what we have done this year in the next year. As it was told, the main topic and the main question of this project is about crowdsourcing, so how this relatively new method can be applied to a topic like air quality and air pollution, which is, I think, one of the major challenges and major problems together with the whole issue of climate change today in Europe. As it was also told by Simon, we have let's say, a situation in Europe, which means that some of the taken for granted democratic processes are challenged or are under threat, depending on which country we are talking about in Europe. But in general, I would say there's a need for innovation in terms of how we can reach people, how we can involve people into policy making, and how can we make the whole process of deciding about our common things interesting to people and motivate them to contribute. Just as a kind of a funny introduction to my presentation, I just asked some of the current AIs just to generate something that comes to their mind when I say crowdsourcing and policy making. And these are the images that were created, and what I can tell you from these images is that basically the AI is also not really ready to understand what this whole process is at its foundation. As you can see, one of the AIs just generated this very conservative image of people getting together and discussing things and then making decisions together. There was another one which tried to make it more abstract. Here it was also included that it should be online, but still it seems that it doesn't really get the main point. But hopefully in this, especially this conference, we'll be able to have a common understanding of where is the future, so which direction should we go. What is for sure that crowdsourcing and online crowdsourcing is here. So it's a method that has some preset rules, and there are a lot of projects and there are a lot of attempts that try to use online crowdsourcing in the past few years. Research shows that, first of all, there's motivation, there's openness from the citizen side to be involved in such attempts to talk about policy. That's point one. The other one is that currently the best area where crowdsourcing seems to work are more close to the local level. So many municipalities, cities are experimenting with this thing. I have some personal experiences from Budapest, but it's also sure that still there's this online-offline divide. So there are the classic offline methods that seem to work. There are some experiments with the online, and this is actually not just experiments, but real project that had quite fruitful results. But what is missing, and this is the point where the Code Europe project tried to focus on and to go into this dark area of things, is the question: how can we do such a crowdsourcing experiment on a European or supranational level? So how can we combine the local initiatives, the local motivation, the local ideas of people into something bigger and come up something that resembles supranational or European-wide solutions and initiatives. The countries that participated in the crowdsourcing project in Code Europe are these. Actually, these are not really countries, but more cities or city regions or metro regions. The number of countries involved in this project is more than what is shown in this map. Here you can see only the places where the crowdsourcing experiments have taken place or are still happening. What you can see, and if you know Europe, you can see that we have very diverse and very different cities and political cultures and historical traditions involved in this project. So there's something that we are doing in Lisbon, in Athens, in Riga, in Tallinn, Hungary, in Budapest, Burgas, Bulgaria, Podgorica, Montenegro. Just one footnote, in this map we are showing not just the cities that are involved in the Code Europe project, but there's a sister project, and maybe some of these speakers will talk about it as well briefly. So we have another project funded by the European Commission in which we could add a few other cities to the original Code Europe project. That's how we have Berlin and Amsterdam on board. But what is the main point here is that these countries are very different, which means that it's a real question and a real challenge, I think, from a scientific or methodological point of view. So how can we do something that works in all of these cities and in all of these countries? I would like just to show you some very basic statistics, just to give you an idea what can be the main challenges when somebody is doing an online crowdsourcing project. This is a very simple chart showing the proportion of people using the internet in each of the countries. Of course, we know that it's getting closer and closer to 100%. Of course, we know that it will never reach 100%, but still, there are countries and regions in Europe where this proportion or the penetration rate is close to 100%. So basically, everybody can literally be accessed or reached via the internet. But still, there are countries where around 1/4, 1/5 of the population is still cannot be called by the help of the internet. Of course, this is not. It has the very important dimensions regarding age, level of education, the type of settlement. But still, we need to take into consideration this fact as point one. Another one is that what people think about political participation. What do they think about the best methods of ensuring that people's voice is heard by politicians and policymakers? And this is a chart that shows that, yes, there is demand for things that are related to crowdsourcing, even in an offline or an online way. What you can see from this chart is that certainly voting in elections is still considered to be the most important action, but then signing a petition and taking part in events such as citizens' debates, citizens' assemblies, etc., come to the third place. And we can also add another part of the chat, which means taking part in debates on the internet or through online social networks, which is considered by 12% of people in the European Union, no, in Europe in general, as one of the best ways to heard people's voices. So it means that the demand compared to other methods is big. Of course, it's not very big, so definitely there's always, it's a fact that just a minority of the population can be attracted to initiatives like this. But if we just dig a little deeper and try to get some country-specific data, we can still see that there are quite big differences, even across the countries that are involved in the Code Europe project. So if you just compare the Bulgarian or the Hungarian numbers with some of the countries like Estonia or Latvia, or some countries that are not participating in the project, but they are traditionally the most digitally advanced countries, in a sense that politics can be linked to online tools, we can see that this project is a real challenge. So how can we come up with a methodology, a digital solution, let's say a user experience, a digital user experience by creating platforms that are liked by people from Portugal to Tallinn and Riga. So that is the real challenge of the Code Europe project, and I'm sure that in the next presentations you will hear much more about it. And as again, our aim was to find out how a method that is called online crowdsourcing can work on a country above country level. So how can we contribute to the European policy debates by creating these local campaigns? And of course, in this project included several other activities, which I'm not telling anything about it, but Christina will hopefully and definitely say something about the whole idea, the methodology behind these things. So thank you very much.
Bence, thank you very much.
There are no questions right now.
But before I give the floor to you, I would just like to roll out the short video as a case what Bence was talking when delivering with us the concept of crowdsourcing and also some very interesting statistics, how European citizens are actually coping with the digital technology in this broader sphere of electronic participation. So, firstly, a short video introduction of the code project Bence was referring to, and then we will continue with Christina.
My name is Elisa Lironi, and I'm the Program Director for European Democracy at the European Citizen Action Service. For years, we have been studying digital democracy and how citizens can actually use e-participation tools to reach out to their policymakers at the local, at the national, and especially at the EU level. A few years ago, we've been doing some research about how we can define the success of digital democracy tools and how citizens can also have more impact on policies at the EU level and work together with their representatives to co-create legislations, directives, etc. We found out that at the EU level, apart from consultations or the European Citizens Initiative or even petitions to the European Parliament, there was still something missing. A real e-participation tool for citizens to constantly set the agenda and to also co-create policies with their policymakers and representatives. So this is why we decided in another project a few years back to go across Europe and to see what citizens are interested in discussing about at the EU level. A few topics came out very prominent, for example, on environmental issues, on health issues, etc. So in the end, we decided that it was time to start a real transnational project of crowdsourcing on the topic of air quality. Why air quality? Air quality actually causes more than 400,000 premature deaths in Europe. And we think that citizens should actually have a say in what really impacts their daily lives. So the Code Europe project was actually created in order to test out a real transnational crowdsourcing that would allow citizens to have a say on air quality in Europe. This project lasts 3 years. It started last year, in which we started a research component of the project. There was an assessment framework that was built in order to define the success of e-participation, and there was also the creation of ethical guidelines for social listening. In the second year of the project, we launched a transnational crowdsourcing in 10 different cities across Europe, together with a sister project called DigiDem, which is funded by the Europe for Citizens project. And basically what happened is that we're running this crowdsourcing on air quality, which is divided into 4 different phases. In the first phase, so for the first 3 months, we have asked citizens to identify all the problems that they have in their daily lives related to air quality and pollution. We've received more than 300 contributions that were actively given by citizens, identifying what really issues they have in their daily lives due to the pollutions of their cities. In the second phase, we had the problem-solving part. So after the identification of problems, we asked citizens in these 10 different cities to tell us how they want their local, national, and European policymakers to actually tackle these problems on the local level and the national level and the European level around air quality issues. And here we received almost 800 active contributions of solutions that citizens would like to see. In the third phase, we actually had around 900 citizens also voting for the top 10 solutions that they think should be a priority, especially at the EU level, to be implemented as soon as possible. And these citizens' preference were decided amongst 30 different solutions, and the top 3 were around taxing big companies that are polluters, or for example, supporting renewable energy infrastructures, and also supporting cycling and walking infrastructures in their cities. In the 4th phase, we're going to be asking citizens to basically co-create with experts a text that will be then sent next year to all EU legislators and representatives that are actually working on air quality policies. For example, did you know that in these days the European Commission is actually revising the Ambient Air Quality Directive? This is a directive that actually sets limits on pollution in the air that people breathe. And this is extremely important, as citizens should be a part of this discussion. And we hope that through this transnational crowdsourcing, next year we can advocate actively for what citizens have been calling for in this whole year of collecting their ideas. We will make sure that these ideas reach MEPs, European Commission officials that are working around environmental issues.
Know how to, because
there is no
there is no way.
Maybe
who
escape.
Who suggested the
no,
big screen?
I don't know.
Maybe.
Click in the middle of the, or press escape.
Yeah, but I tried to now to
No, it's not.
push, but
It's
it
frozen.
hasn't worked.
Right click and quit. Right button. Yes. Right click.
What button?
Right click and quit.
Quit.
Control Q.
Okay. Thanks.
Ah,
Thank you. Thank you.
Now you can already open.
Okay, Elisa, thank you very much for your introduction of the method, how the code project works, all those phases of crowdsourcing, which are unique for this type of European projects in the area of e-participation. And also, we will greet you, Elisa. Hi. We know you are watching us via the YouTube channel. Now I'm going to give the floor to Christina. Christina is working for the e-Governance Academy in Estonia, and Christina is going to present a very important part of the crowdsource, the code project activities, which was about defining the key success factors for any e-participation project.
Doesn't, yeah.
It's like this.
It's so sensitive.
Yeah.
The button.
We will open it like this. So, Christina. Christina, I'm really looking forward to your presentation as a e-participation practitioner. So, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Simon, and it's my pleasure and honor really to be with you, especially in this physical same space. And it's nice really to see our project partners of this already 2 years running project face to face finally. And yes, it's my pleasure to share with you this practical checklist for planning a successful e-participation case. Our role, e-Governance Academy's role in this project has been really to make a strong start for this project, to create this assessment framework for planning e-participation, but also to assess the impact of e-participation, which, as Elisa also mentioned, which has been, in our opinion, lacking so far. That so many countries and organizations have experimented so far with e-participation, but is there any good assessment mechanism? We were thinking, said no. And our organization is also responsible for implementing this pilot in Tallinn city, as was mentioned by Bence. And also we, of course, will be heavily and strongly involved in assessing the result of our pilot. And my presentation will be focusing, as said, on this assessment framework. I try to be as brief and short. I know the time limits, but I also try to be as practical as possible. However, I think that I still give through with you this process, this methodology process, and this sometimes some theoretical questions we had, because I think that who never plans e-participation or initiates, be it public authority or be it civil society organizations, it is very helpful to ask some of those questions and have those discussions. So what we did, the process, how we created this framework, and as said, some of the steps is really helpful also for any initiator in the future to go through. Of course, we were understanding that we need to be with our partners on the same page, so we needed kind of our own definition, good definition for e-participation in order to help us to define which kind of e-participation cases we will analyze. So we reviewed literature. We, of course, brought together all our partners' expertise on different e-participation cases. I'm not going into detail. In some stages, I will just stop with a few more words later on. So then, once we had some concept and methodology in place, how we are going to analyze those existing cases, to understand which are really the success criteria we should keep in mind and aim to achieve whenever planning. Then we selected from all our partners' expertise and from all our partners' countries and even beyond, we identified 35 e-participation cases for initial white screening, for initial preliminary analysis, in order to have good insight and input to create this evaluation criteria or to create good methodology for going deeper into 10 cases we were really analyzed later on in TEF. And all those steps were really helping us to come out with assessment framework for e-participation. Just now a few more words about each stage. Definition, I'm not going to read it. I said that it seems to be like quite basic thing, but actually, believe me, we had very good discussions around this, and finally we defined that for this, our analysis, our framework, our project, this is finally our definition which really captures all the important aspects what one e-participation case should be tapping on and embedding. And once we were on the same page that we are looking exactly at the e-participation cases which correspond to these kind of requirement, we did this, as I mentioned, this white screening of 35 cases, and this helped us really to classify different types of e-participation, really. That some of those cases we were able to identify are rather e-consultation for policy development, some of them are e-collaboration and agenda for agenda setting. So in each of them, public authority and civil society or initiators might be in different roles, and sometimes some of the success criteria vary, but generally we did not want to lose any important success criteria, and this kind of exercise helped us to be sure. For instance, the pilot we are now implementing is rather the category e-collaboration policy development. So this matrix was helpful, and for instance, participatory budgeting is empowerment decision making, this kind of classification. And once this classification was there, and after white screening, so 35 cases, we were able already to identify the most important and impactful and probably clear to explain and analyze further cases. So 10 cases, of course, we set internal rules within our projects that each country, each participating partner should have 2 cases to analyze, and preliminarily already we defined, based on this initial white screening, which might be considered tentatively as successful and which more unsuccessful, because we really wanted to make sure that very visibly success criteria are popping up when doing this. So I'm not going into detail, but you see, and of course one requirement, one aim was that they cover all different types of e-participation. So many things to discuss we had, as you can assume. Just an example of this Estonian successful e-participation, one of them was citizen initiative on banning far farming in Estonia. It was as e-petition, as empowerment and agenda setting initiated by one civil society organization. And why we were considering, and after deep analysis, we were absolutely sure in our argumentation that yes, this case is successful and meets so many success criteria, because they started as civic initiative, e-petition was successful, collected signatures, required number of signatures was submitted to parliament, very good parliamentary discussions were held, and this is adopted as new regulation in Estonia. And just very briefly, success criteria, of course, one of the most important things were to look at all those cases from different perspectives, from initiators, civil society organizations, and of course of public authorities, administrations. Not going into detail, but it's too theoretical really to grasp probably, but the way we also did, just to prove that we did really almost academical exercises, also to interpret, to contextualize those results of this case analysis. So we had this vision, this is pretty much this definition we wanted to aim, or which should be a successful e-participation case. Then when looking at those cases analyzed, we just analyzed which one had which impact to either to community or to participate, to also to public authorities participating, and which impact was achieved with which kind of outcomes. And then when doing this exercise, you basically ending up understanding what are those inputs, what kind of platform requirements should be met, what kind of activities should be supporting. And finally, this practical checklist, which is really seems like this is of course a shorter version and just some key questions, but you can have a closer look at it. It's a document, but again, I think that much more important than the document we created is still the whole process, and also is very important theoretical, but at the same time also very practical questions. So the checklist really gives you kind of control questions, which should be what you rather should answer to be able that really this case you are planning to do is really respecting and corresponding to the general vision or wider aim or ultimate goal to really to open up policy making. And of course, you have to consider context and current laws and so on. Then another set of control questions are regarding the platform, because even now, in the middle of doing this pilot, we can already say very, very clearly that platform is also very important. Usability, user interface, some small technical details, which by the end are not small at all, which affect heavily the motivation of users. And finally, which is also very important, and when we were doing interviews with initiators of this our Estonian successful case, they were also very, very clear that actually platform is one thing, mechanism of e-petition is one thing, but all the supporting activities, promotion, marketing, building good relations with politicians in parliament even, so all this need to be in place. So yeah, it was just running you through very quickly of this process and the end result, but yeah, it's I think it's always this, any kind of e-participation is just very dynamic and never-ending process anyway. Whenever you are ending, you start new cycle, and then only you are successful. So thank you very much for your attention, and let's make e-participation impactful.
Thank you very much. Christina, thank you so much. After 1 year, when we created this checklist, I think it makes a lot of sense when you're looking backwards. But when you are designing the checklist and all the cases that we studied in details, we didn't know what is going to happen at the end. But still, I think this idea that following the theory of change, I think it was the right approach. And also, the change itself is embedded into the checklist, so it can be always improved and upgraded. So we are going to discuss these practicalities of e-participation cases also in the panel, which is going to follow the final presentation in this section, which is going to be delivered by Gustavs from the Foundation of Public Participation from Latvia. And Gustavs is going to lead us into a little bit into more details of experience with the code project crowdsourcing platform. So Gustavs, please, the floor is yours. I'm just going to open it. It's not. I think it's a little bit slower. So this one? This one, yes. Oh, no, I have this. So, here you go.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So, hi everyone. First of all, I want to apologize for my voice. I completely lost it 2 days ago, so I'll try my best, and I will try be loud and clear, or at least clear. So, my name is Gustavs. I'm from Riga, Latvia. I'm here to represent Manabal's organization, and to those who don't know, we are the lead partners in this year's project. So, let's move forward. Today I will talk about 6 things we can learn from this project. And yeah, so today I will talk about digital crowdsourcing platform on air quality in Europe, lessons learned. In total, we have 6 things we can learn from, and I will talk about each of it. So, sorry. So the first one is two-factor authentication, and meaning a person has to use 2 methods to make a profile in the platform. So on the paper, this idea, this solution sounds good, right? The data is more secured. We are sure that a person can vote only once, but on the other hand, it complicates a lot of things, and when we want as much as possible people involved, this solution complicates things a lot, and I mean a lot. People don't want complicated sign-up methods. And it is really inconvenient for both parties, meaning for us and for them. And this results is this is the result that we are. It's really hard to get people involved in the end. And projects like these, where we want as much as possible people involved, we should avoid complicated sign-up methods like two-factor authentication. So the second thing is translations. First of all, there's going to be a lot of text to translate because there are 4 phases, and every phase has a lot of text. And it must be done in time because of the deadlines. But why this is a lesson learned? Well, because of the third point, don't trust in AI machine translations. at least for now, because we, as the fourth phase platform holders, we trusted way too much in AI translations, and in the end, we had to translate a couple of things and texts manually after all, and that's why we had to postpone the project for at least 1 week. So yes, please don't trust in AI machine translations, at least for now. Deadlines. It is difficult to match the deadlines, and certain deadlines might and probably will be extended. This has to be planned in beforehand, that we have to be a little bit flexible regarding the deadlines. Because, well, for example, as I mentioned before, that we trusted way too much in AA translations. That's why we had to postpone this launch of the fourth phase. So, yeah, deadlines probably will be extended at some point. Fourth factor is external factors. As everyone here already knows, these are things that we can't control, and when a project takes 1 whole year, a lot can happen. For example, the best example will be probably war in Ukraine and a global energy crisis, which is ongoing right now. People have a lot of different things to think about. For example, are we safe? How can we feed our kids? Can we provide to them? And how are we going to pay our bills? When we have questions like these in our minds, we are prioritizing the things we think about, and air quality probably are not on the top of these things. So, yeah, there's nothing much we can do except for trying to get people involved nevertheless. So, yeah, external factors is the fourth thing or lesson learned. KPI. KPI means key participation indicator, and our people in this project goal. It's a big challenge, and it's a big challenge for some of the partners since the beginning of this project. And in a huge matter, it is related to external factors. Yeah. What else? So yeah, KPI. That's the lesson learned as well. And sixth and the last thing is communication. Communication. We must use clear communication between the partners, because sometimes well, we have to use clear communication because we don't waste our time, our valuable time, asking questions we have already discussed beforehand. So yeah, this is the sixth and last thing we can learn from. Thank you. Sorry again for my voice. It's really tough to talk.
You did perfect.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gustav, so much for sharing some practical experience with how to run a big European project on a huge platform with many people participating, and also when many different project partners are involved. So doing this cross-border on the European scale is still making us
to confront different challenges. So Gustav, thank you very much. And also we are going to discuss those challenges into the panel, which is going to follow the coffee break for 10 minutes. But before sending you to coffee, do you have any questions for our speakers? We have 3 very interesting presentations in the first round. Any questions in terms of digital crowdsourcing projects, checklists, a lot of things were presented. And if not, save your questions for the panel discussion. So now I invite everyone to coffee break, 10 minutes, and then we will follow up with the agenda of conference. Thank you very much.
Simon, is there any water? I see water here.
I can, but my work, well, it's up to you. If you like my voice, which is I was wondering what you're talking about. It's perfect. No.
How is your voice normally then?
Let's go.
To go over digital divide, I will ask my younger friend.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Alvin.
Christina.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Sorry.
Please go ahead.
No.
First,
Nice to meet you.
So now we can skip introductions.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just going to check the work.
So we need mics.
Mics.
Ne vlečete ali na mizo?
Ja, smo dobili nekaj komentarjev preko spletnega odnosa, da je mogoče bolj že malo. Kaj tule pritisnete, ako boste da je
Še to moram paziti.
Hello? Okay, thank you everyone for getting back to the conference. We are now continuing with the first discussion panel of the day, which is going to address the challenges of citizenship participation in policy making. We're having 4 very interesting speakers, and I will introduce them. First, left to me is Tilen Gurenšek, PhD, head of the section for digital inclusion at the Office of Government of the Republic of Slovenia for Digital Transformation. Tilen, welcome. Following Kristina Rensalo, PhD from e-Governance Academy Foundation from Estonia. Hi, Kristina. Albin Keoc, my colleague, distinguished colleague from NGO sector. He is the coordinator of the consortium Slovenian thematic NGO networks from Slovenia. Hi, Albin. And Andrej Vozlič, also PhD. He's a practitioner in digital decentralized governance and blockchain democracy from Slovenia. First of all, we more or less all know each other because we are collaborating from different projects. And the basic idea of this panel is to highlight the different aspects of e-participation from different stakeholders' perspectives. So we are going to look at how the government sees the e-participation area, how the academia experts are looking at these challenges, also how the NGO civil society and the practitioners, developers are facing with the challenges. Some of these challenges have been already highlighted during the presentations from our speakers at the beginning of the conference, and this is going to be kind of background for our discussion. To start with the first question to all of you. The first question is, what do you think are currently the main challenges of citizenship participation in policy making? And I would like to give the floor first to Tilen to give us his view from the government. What do you think are, from the viewpoint of the government, the main challenges? In theory, also in the practice, there is somehow discussion about it. There are issues with the frequent changes in the government structures. Also, it's hard to keep the policy focus on different public policies. Also, policy overload, lack of capacity for consulting online with citizens. So these are all some challenges that the government is also facing in this area. So, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Simon. A warm greetings to everybody offline and online. I'm very grateful to be today with all of you because I think that we all have to be included into the discussions about e-participation, democracy, and especially how to basically use the process of digitalization to benefit humanity as much as possible. And with that, I would like to basically give maybe a bit more general answer. So Simon already mentioned that frequent changes in government structures and policy focus can be one of the challenges. And we can basically clearly see that if we look at the European landscape, basically in most of the countries where the government structure basically changes frequently, we have this rather unpleasant state of bureaucratic chaos, because when government structures change, a lot of new people come into the system. A lot of new people have to learn different work habits, but not only that, they have to adopt the culture of the organization. And as every other organization, government is also an organization. So when somebody goes to a government structure, he basically has to complete more or less the same theoretical onboarding process that anybody else has to, that goes into some other organization, either that be a non-governmental organization or private sector organization. And also policy focus. If you take COVID-19 for an example, we can clearly see that the policy focus before COVID was something else. And then COVID came, one of the most influential outside factors, and it basically, in some aspects, radically changed the policy focus of different national states. Then next challenge could be policy overload. So there are instances when there is just too much of different agendas that are basically presented to the wider civil society. And it often happens that this policy overload is kind of a backslash. So instead of more participation, the multilateral approach, interdisciplinary approach, what happens is that as human beings, we start to basically order those policies by its importance, by its interest, how we understand it. So basically, most of the time, we put those policies that we understand the least in the back. But that doesn't mean that those policies are not as important as some of those that we put in the front. The next challenge could be lack of capacity for consulting online with citizens. This is again something that basically COVID showed. It showed that as a state, as a government, we have to invest a lot of resources, financial, time resources, human resources, into basically building a platform for successful online consulting with citizens. Of course, there is also complexity of involving different stakeholders, because we are a so heterogeneous group of Homo sapiens, so often it is quite challenging to basically bring us all together. But that is only a challenge. It's not something that cannot be overcome. So governments in 21st century, and this is also the view of our government, have to tackle this challenge, how to basically bring us all together. And for instance, one of the topics that we are trying to do that is hate speech, how to successfully mitigate and challenge all the negative aspects and influences of hate speech. And in order to achieve this, all of us have to come together. All of us have to collaborate on how to develop a successful system that basically includes us all and enables us to tackle this problem. And the last, but not the least, is low interest into policy making online. So what we already discussed previously and were able to see from previous presenters, it is not necessary that interest into online policy making is growing with the progress of digitalization and digital culture. So apparently, there are some factors that have to be taken into consideration why this is happening. It might be because topics are not interesting enough, or it might be because everybody is not included. So we have to take the digital divide, digital gap into consideration. Does every citizen have the necessary technological requirements to be able to participate, etc., etc. Bottom line, focus should not only be on ICT part of e-participation, but more attention should be given to collaboration with policy stakeholders on national level and basically involving citizens through better advocacy strategies. So this is part of a political culture. Many citizens also do not recognize various initiatives for e-participation as relevant because the citizens, are mainly targeted as consumers of these e-participation platforms. So we go back to the first problem again, instead of being the stakeholders, so using the top-down approach. Also, some topics are just too technical and specific for general audiences. So that would be my input for now. Yeah. Thank you.
Dylan, thank you very much. I would just pick one topic that you really highlighted, and I think it's very important also for the next speaker, Christina. Dylan highlighted this gap between the technological development and the democratic developments. We are seeing this gap, we are developing more and more technologies, but on the other hand, we are facing some issues with how democracy is developing in terms of the declining trust into government institutions, into democratic processes. We have these more and more clashes between society, different values, different norms. Dylan also highlighted the problem of the hate speech. So what is your perspective on these societal conditions that have to be met in order to have full exploitation of the digital technology for democratic processes?
Thank you very much. Yes, actually, my distinguished co-panelist already mentioned all those challenges were pretty much in line with the challenges I was also able to think of, but maybe I was structuring them a little bit in a different way, so I would really start with this trust issue. So actually I named kind of like 3 groups of challenges. So one group of challenges are related really with trust or are around trust issues, and I'm going deeper that there are several levels of challenges related to trust. But the second group, bigger group, I think related to, or challenges are related to lack of sense of duty or competencies and capacities and skills you were also mentioning several times quite rightly. And third group, I would like to say that they are challenges related more closely to communication and creating motivation, creating this level of motivation which really changes behavior. So these 3 groups, but I will start with trust issue and several levels of trust. So this bigger or the highest level of question or challenge is really how to bring back citizens' faith and trust and hope in happy ending. I would say it's this way. It sounds dramatically, but really the way citizens look at the current democracies, how can we expect, let's say, hope something out of this participation, or I don't know, say don't see any light in the end of the tunnel if they are looking at our current, even those old and role model democracies, and this is really a big challenge. But partly I'm not looking at the face of government or politicians and not blaming them, because if we look at the current situation, when they have to make very quickly, very harsh decisions on how much to raise, I don't know, defense money, or how quickly they need to raise taxes because we just cannot face other way the crisis. And at least in Estonia, this is legally decided, or this is decided in constitution, that we cannot engage citizens in tax issues. We cannot engage as government and politicians, decision-making citizens, in deciding on defense money. Then how can you, as government or politicians, engage them? But at the same time, it of course raises this dissatisfaction and disappointment in citizens. And this is a really big challenge. So second kind of sub-challenge related to trust issue is, I think, that
Really happy. Christina, thank you very much also for scoping these broader societal issues relating to e-participation. We are now closing to the level of the citizen, of the civil society, and I would like to invite Albin. Albin, all your professional career in the NGO sector is related to active citizenship. As long as I know you, you have been active in starting with environmental issues, now with development and cooperation. How do you see how the digitalization has changed the way the NGO sector and also citizens are approaching in terms of involvement of democratic processes? And what are your opinion and challenges here in terms of the skills? Digital divide was also mentioned. What is your perspective on that?
How much time do we have?
Please stick with 5 minutes if possible.
Not my biggest asset, time management, by the way. So thank you, Simon, for inviting me to give floor also to the older citizens to address this issue of digital division in our societies that are not only horizontal, but they are also the opposite. But what I wanted to say is from the perspective of a citizen, we as a platform for international cooperation, of course, are dealing also with the consequences of climate change. Because climate change is so overwhelming process in the world that affects everybody, also those who didn't do anything, who didn't add to it a lot. But why I'm saying that? Because we were collecting signatures under the petition. And today, of course, you are not doing that on a street, approaching people, saying, I'm here for that and that, please, would you like to support me? We do that through Change.org, through digital tools, and so on and so on. But what I found out is that this is a very costly business. You really have to invest a lot of money for information, to think about how to engage people, to take time, because when you are putting your petition out, you see that there is like 472 similar petitions going around who are all struggling for the same souls. You know, so it's so basically we are in a very old business. You know, we are fishing for human souls for common good. And as I remember, my first computer, you know, it took. It was used for two things, you know, to archive data, you know, to recall them easily, and the other one that came later was communication. I'm that generation that still remembers the sound of a modem, you know, that very different thing as today, because today is it's completely changed. But why we have introduced those tools, because I see digitalization as a tool to improve what we are doing, is that we hoped that we are going to use it to work together better, but I don't have that feeling that it is going well from that point of view. Because we as a society, an active citizen is somebody who goes into the society with hopefully with a progressive agenda, being involved in many things that are of common interest, to bring people up to the task to become active citizens also. So it's but what we are facing today is lack of motivation because of the consumerization of the digital space, having not so many companies who are doing that. You know, we can maybe 2 hands are enough. You know, on the whole world, you know, of 8 billion people, you're dealing with 6, 7 companies. Then there is an issue of complexity. The things became much more complex because you can retrieve so many data connected to one issue that you have to be an expert, but on the other hand, you need a group of colleagues that have different expertise to help you to formulate your demand. It's not I don't think it's possible to have a one-man band in a civil society these times. Then what we are facing is, of course, a digital divide that goes horizontal and what's the word?
Vertical.
Thank you. And it has a big impact on all of us. You know, in my generation, I know the most used sentence is, "Daughter, can you explain me what I pressed something?" You know, which is there. So what we are facing here is also digital skills, how to use all the new tools that are coming in and are being employed by industrial world and many other specialized organizations that are working on a cognitive level. So they are addressing me. I know that, you know, I'm being addressed through very precise instruments of cognitive warfare to make an impact on my decisions and about choices I'm doing. Yeah? It was easy before in the superstore because I knew, you know, why some articles are where in that regard. But now in today's world where we have digitalized everything, even if you are aware of the techniques that are behind, it's very hard to be in defense mode. Then, of course, my strong belief is that ICT, information and communication technology, not information communication, working together technologies. This is not there. Are somehow, they are not value neutral. None of the technology is neutral from social point of view. Every technology we introduce in our lives is changing how we operate, has an impact on. My generation, we call each other on the phone. My daughter's generation, they make a business on Facebook. You know? It's a quite different way how to deal with it. And of course, I think that the populism that we see is in direct connection with the technologies we use without any societal barriers. And that's usually what we do. We become very happy about, oh, we have something new that will improve, but there is a price to pay. So if we don't have some kind of a societal control about that, we can get doomed pretty sure. And I think that also that for active citizen today is to be educated, to be trained in digital tools that can be used for something, but also in defense of something, are the most important tasks if you want to have kind of a, what was the nice word for that? Decent society. Because we are living in undecent times, you know, where everybody can speak horrible things through the digital stuff, and not even anonymously. they put their names to it, you know. So we are living also in times of no shame, and shame is a very strong social category. You know, there are things that we shouldn't do. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Armin, for this, I would say, realistic perspective on what the digital tools are bringing to the society and democracy. Realistic, but still not pessimistic, I would say. Yeah, of course. I'm trying to make a connection, what you said in terms of the digitalization should make our lives easier. The basic idea with all this ICT development was that we should have, at the end of the day, more time for leisure, free time. But what we see now, we are working more hours than our fathers and forefathers did. And also this idea with the effectiveness of our work is also questionable. So sticking with the technology itself, I'm moving now to Andrei. You as a developer of the applications in the field of democratic participation, your specialty is deliberative democracy. This is also a topic of your PhD. How do you see this quest, technological quest, for solving always the same issue, how to improve democracy, and always offering new technologies? We started in the beginning of the 90s with this, today's internet. We said, okay, Web 1.0 is going to solve the democratic issue. then we find out this is not the case. We moved to the Web 2.0, the social media. We said, okay, this is maybe going to solve the issue. Now we are having Web 2.30, 4.0, Web Society 5.0, and all those points and zeros behind it. But still, the issues with democracy are staying the same. So, Andrei, what is your perspective? Is maybe technology the right way to look for the solution, or maybe we as humans are not really taking the right approach to it? Please,
Thank you, Simon. Well, if I start at the end, I can say that technology cannot save democracy and society. Obviously, it's just a platform through which we can better the processes that we have to master first in the analog world. So if we don't master the processes in the analog world, and if we put those failed processes into the digital world, we will only exacerbate the problems more. So if you have, it's the same with the robotization of processes. If you put wrong input into the robotization of any kind of processes, you will get a wrong output in the end. So obviously, technology is not the solution, it's just the way to potentially reach a certain point in time where human society can actually work and function in a better way that we are used to throughout, or that we are accustomed to throughout the centuries. It is a nice tool, definitely. It has a lot of potential, but as you said, Simon, Web 1.0 and 2.0, we were also very optimistic about them bringing democracy to the masses, but we were wrong, obviously. And I'm afraid that this optimism that's circulating around Web 3.0 must be maintained, curbed, obviously. It has some nice potential solutions, but also booby traps that we can all fall in, and potentially not solve anything in the end after all. But let's start with more positive, right? We still have we have the technology at our hand, and we've become a technological species, humankind. So let's try to make the best of it before we decide that it cannot help us really in the end, at least in the societal aspects. Me as a practitioner, I developed a consortium for developing next generation e-participatory tools a couple of years ago. And we developed certain systems, which I can go later into details maybe in the next part of this discussion. But the thing that I would like to put out is, while testing those prototypes and those pilots, it was pretty clear that the digital overload and the technological fatigue is the #1 enemy dividing us from really reaching the potential that the technology can offer us. So basically, we've been into the technological world for so long. So that's, what, more than 20, 30 years now, at least until 2000s and onwards, that this sexiness of the word technological innovation, it's lost its flame, first of all, and it especially goes so for the punchline keywords as e-democracy once used to be. It's not sexy anymore, right? So it doesn't bring audiences to listen to what we have to say, because it's been there, it showed, and it proved basically nothing, so why should I bother? The normal people would ask. So we should not, first of all, maybe if I interrupt myself, we should always make clear this distinction between people that are already addressed, so us, and we are preaching to the choir if we say, and if we try to sell those products to us, we are already the buyers, okay? So we have to find the ways how to bring new audiences to our side, quote unquote. And digital overload and tech fatigue was obviously the #1 problem that we saw while trying to implement this next generation participatory tools, because it was, oh no, not another app, was the first response from the people that were included in our test focus groups. We are all fed up of having too many apps, so the struggle to present one more and promising that this one will really solve the problems, whereas the others didn't, is quite challenging. It proves quite challenging and time-consuming, energy-consuming. Obviously, you don't have, as a research group, especially a startup or whatever, you don't have limitless time or any kind of resources, money, for example, obviously, a very important resource, but not the only one. So how to get past that barrier of digital overload, I'm not really sure. I don't have the answer to this at the moment, because on one side there is digital overload, but the sector, technological sector, is pushing us even more so into the immersive technologies like metaverses, etc. So that we can get even more immersed into the technology. Where my thesis would be, we don't have any research on that, but my thesis would be that first, I guess there will have to be a certain gap, maybe 10 years, I'm just making up a number, where we will have to make a step back from the digital innovation before we can go on with digital innovation. And in those 10, 20 years, for example, we will really have to focus on social innovation. So I suppose that social innovation will have to become much more sexy, but let's talk about solutions later on. Okay, so the next obvious problem why e-participation is not as popular amongst the masses of the people that we think should be is definitely that the solutions that are at the moment available are not, in general, are not very well designed. So there is clear lack of deep understanding of decision-making processes. So we have numerous quite good and then again not very good solutions for e-participation, but I can see a clear through line, which is definitely none of them, I would dare say, really has a deep understanding of what decision-making really means, is, how it functions psychologically, and how we should structure it in a sense that, that would stimulate regular people, not those who are already addressed, right, to really get into the process, to get involved with the process, and to go through the process from the beginning until the end. And moving on, I would definitely dare say that lack of basic social education is another thing that we should address first before we dive deeper into searching for technological solutions. Obviously, because if we don't have the society that can answer to the basic questions what society is. I mean, if we go on the street and ask normal people, can you describe a concept of society? And then moving on, can you describe a concept of decision making? What does decision making, what does accepting decisions for you really mean? I mean, we would find that millions of different answers, obviously, whereas it's not really that complicated, but million different answers signals one thing, that nobody really knows what it is, and they are improvising. So unless we start educating people from the bottom up, what politics, even more complex, I mean slightly more complex topics, like what is politics, what is the difference between politics and political systems. If the general society can't answer those questions, then we cannot accept them to get really engaged in e-participation en masse.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, actually, the idea of this panel was to discuss challenges of citizen participation, and in about half an hour now we are discussing what is society, democracy, and community, and what is technology, and what are persons. So it's a very interesting way of flow, how we humans are actually elaborating our thoughts around specific problems. Andre, thank you very much. So in this first round, our speakers pointed out the different challenges connected with using digital technologies for citizens' participation. Now I would like to ask any one of your speakers, would you like to take any thoughts from your following speakers to maybe respond to it, elaborate a little bit further?
Maybe I can jump on what Andre said.
And I think Christina also would like maybe to react.
Yeah, but go
ahead. It's a need for a need to rethink society and
Okay, very interesting.
Stop with digitalization and start to think about social innovation.
And just please be brief, not too long. So
I'm
we
usually
have the
brief.
second round. Okay, Albin, please.
He knows me well. But that's the only point I wanted to make. You know that it's something what from the developer side is coming a notion that we should be a little bit more careful what we are what we are developing. And from my point of view is that, of course, it's if we are still believers into a free market, laissez-faire capitalism, and we think that it's possible in today's complex world to have business without any constraints, without any societal kind of control what is going on, then I think we are failing. Because it's when we are leaving the world of big objects and we are going into the world of a very small object, where we are talking about how to program movement of atoms and how we can, make an impact on human minds, even for good reasons. To know if I have a spine injury, that might be of help. And we know that digitalization made huge things for so many people. Even in our development cooperation, the digitalization brought a big steps forward to improve people's lives and living conditions in many areas of life. But what I'm thinking is, if we should learn from the financial crisis in 2008, when somebody came up, when Piketty said that, but he wrote a very big book, but there is, I would say, with the saying, if you are not regulating the market, you will get a crisis at the end. So deregulation is the path to be doomed. What I'm thinking is that we need some kind of a social control about what is going on in the digital world, and of course we should take care about those industrial behemoths that are not here for our, they are here for our pleasure more, but not for our interests. So we should have some kind of control over them also.
And this pleasure is very costly.
At the end, yes.
At the end, okay. Thank you, Albin. Christina, please.
Yes, actually, I really liked this. So you brought us back to think that, well, digital should never be aim itself. That really, I really agree with your points that the social innovation should be now in our focus and really probably even go a few steps back. And because what I'm seeing as practitioner of doing digital engagement, mostly I'm working with municipalities, with cities, where it works better, I would say, than at national level anyway, that really the most effective and successful in participation digital engagement for both sides, because we also monitor the outcome, are really the cases where we combine offline and online, really, obviously. And this helps also to target those, what you also very rightly pointed out, that we are usually ending up with usual suspects. We are usually engaging those who are engaged anyway, who are active anyway. So this digital doesn't add any extra value here, because these people would probably, I don't know, despite everything, would come anyway as being participating. But this way, when we really combine very wisely and strategically selecting our tools offline and online, we can more easily target those who are beyond usual suspects, who are mostly not listened usually, who are not probably, I don't know, too modest, do not have enough skills and so on to participate. So, and we in our practical work again in academy, whenever we do digital engagement and plan our new processes, we now really engage service and process designers from private sector, really to help us to really to go deep into the shoes of those target groups and try to show them what is their immediate benefit and value of being participating, and at the same time also engaging public authorities to show their benefits. So we have understood that we really should think much more strategically as it has been done previously. So really this is probably my, and when I'm thinking last point on this Estonian success story, I also mentioned this planning, this really adopted new regulation started as civic initiative. Then I remember those initiators also pointed out that really one thing is also you play with emotions, and I think that engagement should be also emotional, and you should show all emotions and benefit also, I mean, playfully also. Improvisation, I also like the work, I think that you should improvise, but at the same time they pointed out how pragmatically they really approached politicians also and showed again their benefit using the timing and all those contextual factors also, which is very important because, as they say, many civil society organizations fail because they only play on emotions, and politicians hate that. So, yeah, this is my point.
Right. It's okay. We still have half an hour left, but we are going to just spend 20 minutes in order to then open the floor for the questions. I believe there's going to be some questions regarding the scope of the issue that actually we opened and the challenges we are facing with. And for the second round of the panel, the question is, what are the key factors, what are the key conditions in order to make e-participation successful? Actually, we are building upon what Christina presented in the opening of the conference, but still, it's good to discuss this in a broader forum from different stakeholders' viewpoints, because my impression is that different areas of society have different ideas. What is a success? What is democracy, community? How should citizens' participation processes work, and what should be the impact? So, going backwards with Andrei, relating to your previous thoughts, what you think are the three main key factors, conditions, in order to meet these challenges that we have opened in the first round of discussion? Please.
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, definitely much deeper research into the fundamentals of decision making and broader political systems and management, societal management systems is needed. So, in as much that we begin to understand more deeply how those processes are being carried out on a psychological level of the society. And if we understand that, then we can start translating this into the proper digital tools and innovating proper architectures and designs of how those tools should be constructed in a way that the normal citizen who has no political or social education, for that matter, would still know how to use. Because everybody knows how to use Instagram, for example. Not everybody knows how to use all functions of Facebook. That's one of the reasons why Facebook is failing, because there's just it's just too much confusion about it. And that's why Instagram, for example, is so much more popular at the moment, because it's so much easier. I mean, as a society, we've come to a point where we can't really think in complex terms, so everything has to be brought to us in a sense that it's doable from left to right, swiping basically. But I'm not trying to point out that we should build an e-participatory system that it's like swiping, I like this, I don't like that. I'm just saying, I'm trying to point out that we should focus on user experience much more, and we should come closer to the end segment, which is obviously not the ones who are already addressed, us, right? We know how to use those. At least we have an incentive to dig deeper. If we don't know how to use it, we'll learn. Whereas normal people will not. And if they if they see a wall of understanding before they even get any satisfaction, gratification out of it, they will back off and they will not use the system. They will never return to use the system. So we have to focus on user experience first. In order to do that, in order to that, we have to understand what decision-making processes psychologically really look like, and where does it start, where does it end. And the research shows that there can be improvements made in these aspects, in these areas. And we are trying to implement those kind of architectures in our own participatory tools. So I think bottom line is there is definitely optimism to be held here, but we have to shift the focus from technology to a person. So let's build the technology from the perspective of the person, and let's stop trying to build the technology for the technology's sake, because it's sexy to be innovative in technological terms. That's it.
So you pointed out two success factors, so better understanding of how societal and political processes are working, and the user experience. So maybe briefly add the third one.
Okay.
Just very briefly.
Sure. Definitely, from the technological point of view, I don't think that there is too much to add. So we have to come back. I have been dealing with technology for so long, and implementing the technology from the perspective of social scientist, not a technologician per se. What's the word? And this is what always brings me back to the. I like technology. My father was a programmer. He's retired now, but I've been encircled by computers since my age 5, whatever. I even programmed some stuff on Spectrum, even, and whatnot. But so I'm really engrossed in technology since I remember myself, and this is exactly why I think that we should all move forward. The third one. I don't know. Is there a third one, basically negating whatever has been said in the first point? This would be my two cents for those 2 points.
Thank you very much. Alvin, please, your 3 key success factors, conditions.
My father is a carpenter. And he said, when I helped him, he said, after watching me, he said, son, keep your business with books. So it's,
rightly so.
it's, it's, how to formulate that? It's, if we were listening carefully what was said in the last half an hour, there was formulations like we need deeper understanding of decision-making process. We should know the emotions of people, all that stuff. So to reenact something what is going on in the real life, to make it possible to digitalize it. The secrecy has a function in a society. This is what we have to take care about. We should be really, I would say, very careful when we are opening up boxes that shouldn't be opened so easily. And the secrecy, and Simon knows me well. I worked for freedom of information for all my life. And when digitalization helped to that a lot, our governments are now much more transparent than they ever do. My biggest concern is there are not so many people looking into those data, because they could find a lot of things that are going not well from the common interest point of view. For example, European Pollutant Emission Register. Who knows that? But it was a revolutionary tool to deal with environmental pollution or something like that. But 3 things, what I would like to point out are very clear. Human rights as the key orienteer of whatever we are doing. Inclusion, all the processes have to be inclusive. And people at center, not the digital avatars of whatever. People, real people, who go to work every morning. in those shoes. We would like to understand how they decide to move. Yeah? And from that point of view, to me, it's again the issue of how we understand ourselves. Is it really necessary to do something? We can do. Yeah. No. There are very tough choices we will have to do, and I hope that today's discussion opened some lines of thought that we might go into that as a civil society, as the government, the developers. They are guilty of everything, by the way. They play with things, and so on. So there are a lot of tasks
you will
for
have
us.
to talk a lot during the lunchtime. So, Alvin, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, I actually.
Sorry, Christina. I was thinking to give the floor to Tilen, because because you're coming from Estonia, I would like to spare the last question for the e-voting, and then also try to ask Tilen what he's thinking of e-voting from the maybe viewpoint of the government and any plans. So maybe Tilen, your 3 points of success factors, and then going to Christina, and then back to
Thank you. I would agree with Mr. Albin that the first one is inclusion. So how can government reach everyone? We already talked about this a few minutes ago. We have certain hard-to-reach groups that we will never be able to reach with online methods and tools. So we have to have some offline process or offline tools to be able to reach those too. We cannot determine, we cannot preposition that being digital is something that everybody should be. We will not come, I think that the momentum where 100% of society will be digital, online, well, we will probably not live to see it. It might happen in the future, but we won't be there to see it. So we have to think about how to include everybody without regard if they are digital or if they are analog. So that is the first one. The second one is participation. How to engage citizens in decision-making and public servicing processes. So basically, how to achieve the momentum of society, like we already discussed before, so that something doesn't come out of popularity after 10, 15, 20 years. So how to achieve this cultural change. And at this point, I would like to point out that at the Government Office for Digital Transformation, we do not understand digitalization as a technological challenge, but as a societal challenge. It's about changing the mindset of society in order to harness the power of technologies. That is very important because we have this opportunity to be creative, to think about how can gamification, for instance, help us to raise this level of participation of citizens. Could it be that there might be a partly solution within this concept? I do not know. We do not know yet because we are just experimenting with these models of societal collaboration. But these are instances that could give us a few answers on how to proceed. And the third one is basically access to information. So we need open government data, as much of it as possible, in order to be able to not only have effective and efficient decision-making processes, but also to have effective, efficient, and especially honorable discussions, so that we don't exclude each and everybody of us when we talk about something and we maybe not agree about it. We have to find a method how to, even if we disagree, how to find a common solution, because only that will basically enable us to move forward. And I would just like to point out two more things about how, two examples, how we try to do this on strategic and on operational level at Government Office for Digital Transformation. The strategic level is that we want to include this very important notion into digital strategy of Slovenia, Digital Slovenia 2030, so that our vision is that every citizen should have in person as well as online a chance to actively, continuously and responsibly participate in the community at all levels. So this is one of the strategic goals, if I may put it like that. And the operational is basically we are trying to amend and add additions to Digital Inclusion Act with more focus on including NGOs and in digital inclusion and digital transformation efforts. That means more targeted and precise regulatory frameworks for subsidizing various groups of residents when it comes to digital transformation of society. So we believe that models as quadruple helix for cooperation in creation, digital skills, digital inclusion. We have the European framework for digital competences. The second group, communication and collaboration, clearly indicates the skills, the competences that need to be learned in order to make e-participation efficient and effective. So you see, when we talk about e-participation, we cannot go without talking about digitalization, about society as a wider concept. Thank you.
Tina, thank you very much for making kind of framework how the government, in terms of the policy making and regulation, is thinking about those issues that we highlighted from practice. Thank you very much. Christina, you already highlighted success factors in your presentation, but not to repeat yourself, I was thinking maybe of asking you, challenging you, to explain us what you think are the three main success factors of e-participation in terms of the fact that Estonia is the only country in the world so far having more than a decade of successful practice of online voting, e-voting. Very briefly.
Yeah, I know briefly well. I do not consider myself really an expert in e-voting. I know this is a burning issue always whenever Estonians come into the game. It's always this question. But I think that it somehow still relates what the point you really was bringing up, that this human rights and inclusiveness, and I think this is absolutely right, and this digital tools should be in service of democracies. This is one of the most important principles. And second one, really, we should not provide only digital tools. When doing this, we should also make sure that we develop digital culture, we address digital vulnerability and all these. So these, I think, and this goes also for this e-voting, I think that, well, in a way, Estonia has benefited from digitalization. It's still one kind of success story in itself. I'm not happy about how quickly, or rather to put it, how slowly we develop right now with everything, with e-services, with digital transformation, with digital participation, and the on. But I think our start, our kickoff was really good one, and I think that partly because those two principles were followed, because we really wanted, our biggest ambition was to build from scratch a secure, inclusive, transparent, anti-corrupt society. And this was the main driving force for digitalization. And of course, e-voting or making voting also more inclusive, giving new opportunities, was also part of this agenda. And I think it has fulfilled its kind of aims. As I mentioned, there are still surprisingly, shockingly, there are even Estonian powers, of course, far-right and party who tries to do everything possible to really destroy this reputation of e-voting, because obviously they are not getting their votes from e-voters, because it still shows somehow, I wouldn't say that there is any age cap or any kind of other caps. When we look at e-voters, actually you cannot say that it somehow gives advantages to any kind of social groups. No, it's statistically, it gives everybody. But I wouldn't pay too much attention either to. I mean, it's by the end, it's exactly showcases what we have been talking here. It's just a tool, just an additional opportunity, and those people who want to be voting, who have very strong sense of duty, they would vote anyway. So it, in a way, I would say, probably will not bring new voters,
But again, I cannot test it because probably our turnout would have been lower. Because at the same time, I know that many young people who are studying abroad, including my own son, who can only thanks to e-voting, he can still give and participate in elections. So in a way, this gives new, but I think it should be considered just a tool.
Yeah. So it's not really a democratic innovation, just a digital solution for the process which is already taking place. And it's a kind of part of the e-government services.
And just the last point that as far as I have understood, young people in Estonia who are not traveling but who can do physical voting, they are all going to the polling station because for them, I mean, probably more than for us, for older people, this is, I mean, digital is more for fun, for entertainment, and this is like real act, real civic duty I'm fulfilling, and they go physically.
Thank you, Christina. Tilen, as far as I understand, the concept and the idea of the strategy, which is going to be created, Digital Slovenia 2030, is also building on the same premises as the Estonian digitalization policy. Is the government maybe considering of implementing e-voting? Because previous governments have also put this e-voting into the coalition agreements by the political parties. Are there any signals for the current government to also do the same, or e-voting is not currently the issue?
Yes, I will say it like this. It will be in two phases. So we firmly believe in doing pilots, gathering as much data as possible, going twice, 3 times back to the drawing board and coming out with a system that works. We believe that it is very important then that when we present e-voting as a tool, which we agree upon, it has to work. We have to solve the everyday problems, the most often problems that this tool presents itself. But more than that, we have to raise the awareness about it. We have to raise the digital competences of people, because, like you brilliantly put it, it's a matter of culture. It's a matter of cultural thing. Why do you go voting? Why do you go voting to the poll box? Why don't you vote at home? You want to have some experience from it. So again, we look at e-voting from the digital inclusion part as one of the tools that will enable bigger participation in elections. But we cannot, how would I say, we cannot see past the results that we will get from the pilots, if this is something that will really happen, or if this only means that some groups will use this tool to vote and some other people won't be voting anymore. We have to understand that this change will happen in this decade. So I think that most of European nations before 2030 will come out with some kind of e-voting tool. But how these tools in various European nation states will be implemented, it will vary from the cultural state or aspects of voting per se in these countries. So to repeat myself, yes, Slovenian government has ambitions and clear plans regarding e-voting, and it is something that we wish to implement in the next years.
Thank you. And just before giving the floor to the audience, but please, seriously, Albin and Andrei, electronic voting in one word, yes or no? One word, yes or no?
Yes, but.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Andrei.
Definitely.
Definitely, yes. Okay, thank you. Now, I thank you very much to the panelists for these really interesting introductions and thoughts. Now I'm giving the floor to the audience. Please, any questions? Petro, please. Can we? Okay. Yes, I will give you the mic.
Hello, good morning. My name is Petko Begiv. I'm from ProInfo, and my background is in media management and communications. It was really a great pleasure listening to everybody here. I just would like to ask you to, if we turn the camera around, like we were talking about parts of the society that are hard to reach, and you were saying that having the digital tools does not mean that we are going to leave them. How about the other way around, those parts of society that become too vocal because of the digital tools? Like, how do you handle disinformation and distortion of public debate because of the empowerment electronic tools give to a small, very noisy, and not always led by the best intentions parts of society? Thanks.
Because this is a specific question for any from the panelists, or which one is going to take
Everyone
it?
who wants to address it.
Okay.
I think
Anyone
it's for
wants to
everyone.
address this?
I think it's for everyone.
In 3 sentences, your answer. Anybody wants to? Christina. Yeah. Okay, Albin and Christina, but
I think that we should start to abolish anonymization. So if you're on social media, you should be yourself, not something else. So you carry on the responsibilities you have in the real life. You cannot be without responsibility and not to be accountable for what you are doing without because you are in a digital world. Because we were mentioning emotions, you are hurting emotions also in digital world, not only in the real world. So this is something, and the digital is not a replacement of the real. It should be kind of an improvement, make it better, but not. So I think that the only thing is de-anonymization of profiles in social media. With your social security number or whatever, so that we all know who you are. But may I just say something? I don't want the government to reach to all at all times. This is something we should also think about.
Christina, you also wanted to address the issue?
Yes, I just wanted to briefly say that, well, we have indeed realized how important this media literacy topic is, and really to educate different target groups and citizens group in digital matters, and not being so digitally vulnerable, because we have really discovered we are now into one concrete project when we address Georgian and Ukrainian civil society organizations, educating them to do their further advocacy on how to deal with digital vulnerability, because we have discovered indeed digital has created absolutely new citizen groups who are not traditionally vulnerable, like youngsters or school kids or elderly, who are very easily targeted by non-friendly powers, let's say, and which is especially relevant in this part of the world we are living. So media literacy, digital vulnerability is absolutely something we should be dealing with.
Thank you. Andre, I know you wanted to address that. I would just, before giving you the floor, maybe any else has a question? Okay, then we will take one more question.
Cool. Okay, so my question I have two, but I will ask just one, then to Tilan. If I understood you correctly, you mentioned in response to the first question something along the lines that basically people do not really like to be treated as users of some maps, this top-down approach. Could you elaborate a bit on that? Have you seen some bad cases where those people who were trying to engage people digitally were doing that in some arrogant manner? Or what is it that people do not like about this?
Okay, thank you for the question. Perhaps I was a tad misunderstood. The point is that the focus should not be only on the technological part for e-participation. In many cases, those that use these methods are taken as how would I say, are identified, categorized as consumers by those that make these platforms. So the focus is too much on the user experience with those tools. More focus should be on the content, not the technological aspect. That's the point I wanted to make. Okay, and if I can only give a short reply to the previous question, I agree with other panelists. We have to talk about privacy and anonymity, and we have to talk about reconceptualization of those two concepts. Why? Because we live in a cosmopolitan society. There's no more East and West. We are one big, sometimes more happy, sometimes less happy family, but we have to start acting and making decisions as a planetary species if we want to mitigate the biggest challenges that we face, like climate change. It's not something that Europe faces and Africa doesn't, for instance. I mean, everybody faces some challenges. So we have to reconceptualize few concepts that we talk about, and when we do that, all the regulatory changes will have to follow.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Huh?
Hello. You talked about voting, and for me that's the kind of last mile of participation. So it's the easiest one, it's the one that is more influentiated. But my question here is, in your opinion, what is the quality of participation previously, before the vote, like gathering ideas, discussions, debates, when we are talking about online tools, technology tools, whatever, versus group meetings, in-person events? Do you believe that the quality of the outcome is similar, or that there is a big difference between you? Or have you not yet thought about it?
Anyone specifically directing?
Okay.
Who would like to take this challenge? This is the last question. So we are going to take from the audience. So who would like to take this challenge? The difference between the offline and the digital decision making. Christina, please start.
Yeah, well, I think it's a brilliant question because I really studied this thing. Well, already back 2011, I was also working for university at that time, teaching communication and students and future journalists, and we were analyzing Estonian online campaigns. 2011, parties just used or started to use Twitter and Facebook and so on, and we were analyzing with students how parties communicated there, how was the discussion. And I haven't repeated exactly this level of analysis now, but I must say that if I'm looking at the online discussions right now, so many years have passed, so many elections have passed, I don't think that there is a much better quality of those. I mean, it's professionally, visually, these spaces are so much better. They look nicer. Online campaign is so much nicer and fancier and sexier, but I don't think that the discussion itself has gone further, so I'm afraid saying so.
Can I just quickly...
Christina, thank you. Actually, Andrei, I just wanted to get back to the first question, because you wanted to address this issue of the anonymity and the privacy, and because I don't want anyone from the panelists left behind. So maybe you can address this just in one sentence so that we can close the panel.
Sure. I will try to connect both spaces. Actually, your question is to the point and right on the money. Translating deliberative process into digital world is one of the toughest nuts to crack, right? And this is precisely the point where most of the e-participatory tools fail to offer a clear-cut architecture where one could actually, in the digital world, have a meaningful deliberation that would resemble an in-person deliberation, but offer it to the masses. So we know that in person maybe 100, 1,000 people can deliberate, but we need tools that can offer tens of thousands of people to deliberate at the same time. So this is where our intention is to, we have to strengthen this part of the digital e-tooling. And to end with the first question about the hate speech, basically, I think that we should start dividing social media into two categories. One should be called for fun social media, whatever, Twitter, Facebook, you name it. And if we cannot solve the problem of hate speech there, it's not our problem to solve. Let the owners of those digital platforms deal with that. But what we can do is offer serious, quote-unquote, social platforms where we can have meaningful discussion and solve the problem of hate speech. Probably not entirely, because we cannot solve it even in an analog space. One will always be hateful, right? But we can definitely reduce it by a large amount by just allowing registered users to participate. And Web3 technology definitely enables us to offer secrecy and at the same time verifiability of the participants. So where one can feel safe that he's not really exposing themselves in person with their own name, but if their intention is to be hateful, we can trace back to and see who that is and basically just
okay, thank you very much,
appropriate steps.
I would like to now conclude the panel, and I would like to refer to the words of the Tilen, who said that one of the main quests of the humanity is pursuing the happiness, and I can say we agree that the happiness is not going to be delivered by the magic stick or the digital tools, but still can be one of the elements or the processes that can help us achieving the happiness. But what kind of happiness is going to be, it depends solely on how we humans interact with technology, whether to the better understanding of political and social processes, securing privacy and anonymity, developing skills, media skills, understanding how the platforms are operating, and also through meaningful strategic planning and regulations like the government. I think all those elements have to come together in order to harness the positive potential of the digital technology, which should be, at the end of the day, and the goal of the human happiness. So this would be my final words, created together with your participation. I really thank you very much for your, and thank you very much to the audience. And now we are going to have a lunch break for an hour, and we are coming back at 1 p.m. So thank you very much. See you later.
We have in our organization e-election expert who was head of the election committee in Estonia, so I can establish a connection.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the second part of the conference, Digital Crowdsourcing for Better Air Quality in Europe. In this second part, we are going to address the policy issues relating to the air quality in Europe. These issues are going to be presented through two presentations and also a discussion panel, and are relating to the results of the digital crowdsourcing platform, which is taking place within the Code Europe project. In this first part of the second part of the conference, we are going to have two presentations on citizens crowdsourcing, on improving air quality in Europe. The first presenter is going to be our colleague Petko from the project consortium. He's going to present the engagement strategies for citizens crowdsourcing on air quality. And then another presentation is going to follow by Jože Roth from European Environmental Bureau from Belgium, Brussels. And he's going to present us what are European citizens suggesting for better air quality. So everything what was submitted to the digital platform for digital crowdsourcing. So to start with our first speaker, I'm inviting Petko to take the floor and give us the presentation about engagement strategies. Thank you. Petko, please, the floor is yours. I just opened the presentation. Here you go.
Thank you. Well, I was thinking where to focus this presentation because there is a very fine border between advocacy communication is actually a specific part of communications, and a lot of what we do in crowdsourcing, of course, trying to influence people's opinion about the air quality and trying to influence decision makers is more about advocacy. But that's something that you guys have discussed already. We have been talking about in the morning of this conference, and we'll be talking again in the other session. So I thought it would be better to be very specific here and focus on the challenges of communication as an act of trying to engage the audience on a particular issue. So the actual act of communicating and what the major challenges are, where they see them, how we have addressed them. So engagement strategies for citizen crowdsourcing on air quality. I had to split this in two, because the first thing is how do we engage people about crowdsourcing. As I'm sure you've met in your own experience, crowdsourcing is not a concept which is very widely known for the general audience, and a concept which does not translate well in any of the languages that we've been using. Crowdsourcing, at least in the context where I've thrown it out to the public, sorry. Am I far from the microphone? Yeah. Okay. All right. Crowdsourcing is very often confused with crowdfunding, which is a little bit more popular for the general audience. And people seem to confuse the one with the other. When we tell them, listen, we're crowdsourcing, and they ask, well, how much money have you gathered already? Which is, of course, not the point here. So one thing that we had to establish very early on is that using crowdsourcing should always go hand in hand with a small explanation what this is all about. And in the Bulgarian campaign, we always use gathering the wisdom of the crowd. It's a bit longer, but it's a lot more precise in terms of what we want from citizens and how we court them, if you like, to take participation in this. So the first thing is communicating what this entire process is about. How does it work? The second major challenge, especially in countries, we mentioned that in the previous panel, in countries that differ in the level of public trust. Internal public trust, but also public trust towards the public institutions, is trying to define how do we present the expected results. Over-promising
is not a good idea, because then the day of reckoning will come and we will have to face the fact that we have not been able to accomplish everything that we have promised. Underselling is not a strategy either, because then it will be very hard to get people to do something if they don't realize that what they're going to do is going to have some impact. And by the way, impact is the key figure and the key word for this presentation. I'm going to come back to it a little bit later. But this is a very fine balance. How do you promise something which is tangible and realistic? The answer that we've tried to do is somehow connected directly to something very specific and tangible in the lives of people in the city of Burgas. I'm going to come back to that. Fighting skepticism. It's very easy to engage people, that was mentioned also before the break, who are already engaged. They don't need much to get on board. The real trick is here to get beyond the activists and to get to the people who are skeptical about what you're going to do, especially if you're not an established governmental, environmental organization that has a track record of improving the air quality or other aspects of the environment. Then people would face their internal skepticism about whether it's worth it. How can you do it? So how can you pump in something which is, some energy into those people who are skeptical about it? And finally, I think a very important question that all of us have been facing in these pilots is that there is a level of Euroscepticism. Yes, citizens understand why the quality of the air matters in their city, why a certain industrial complex which is near their city is of big concern. Yes, they understand that the local authorities can do something to improve public transport. But when they see that this is something about the European Union, there is a next level of skepticism sometimes engaged. And they say, well, why would, it's so far, it's so, what the skepticism, the Euroscepticism paradigm is. So this was one of the issues that everybody had to address in this campaign. In the case of Burgas, it was relatively easy. Burgas is the only city in this pilot which is not a capital. And of course, being equal to big capitals is a big thing. So yeah, Burgas together with all these big European capitals is participating. It was sort of an artificial motivation, but a motivation that attracts some attention. So, and then we go to the other part. So, engagement strategies for citizen crowdsourcing on air quality. So how do we motivate citizens to do something, some action for better air quality? I think the main challenge here, at least from my perspective, first one was how do you sell the obvious? Everyone is by default interested in the quality of the air they breathe. They've heard, they've read, they've seen so much about it. Just think about it. There was COP27 just, what was it, a week ago, 2 weeks ago in Sharm el-Sheikh. Mm-hmm. How much of it did you see in the mainstream media? The main thing that I saw about COP27 in the mainstream media was an analysis of the body language between Rishi Sunak and Emmanuel Macron. So who was the boss of who and what was their first public meeting and what that meant for Franco-British relations in the future. What was actually achieved at that meeting, which is probably very important, was sort of a, not completely disregarded, but didn't make huge headlines. So selling the obvious is not easy. Everybody is in favor of air better quality. How do you make them actually do something about it? So again, being very critical to what is happening, being very reasonable about the expectation, but also trying to select something which is very specific and which might work to improve slightly an aspect of people's lives. Otherwise, you're getting lost in a big picture and people don't see their place there. And they say, yeah, I know this all. All right, another key element of communications for air quality is getting everybody who really matters in policy making on board locally and nationally. That was again something that colleagues have already mentioned in the previous panel. In our case, it was really important to have people who have something to do with the environment in the city, on the city government level, on the regional government level, activists locally, a few of the journalists who have more of an interest in this area. So everybody who was interested had to be taken on board. So we had to use them as both as newsmakers and as multipliers to be able to promote what we were doing and make the most of the communication effect. Fighting skepticism, again, I think this is, in both cases, one of the main challenges. And finally, what is really tricky is how do you address extreme views? That would be the same in every part, in every sphere of social life, I guess, but in the environment, there is, this kind of established wish list of things that need to happen that are seen by a part of the mainstream public as extreme. Like, for example, if you say, let's ban cars from the cities, that will probably put off a lot of people because they still need their cars to go to work, to bring their kids to school and so on, to go, about their daily business, because it's probably they will see it as something which is not yet met by the infrastructure which is needed to replace cars in the cities. And if you say let's close all the industrial polluters immediately, then of course you have to have in mind that means thinking of some alternative employment for the people who are working in those big polluting companies. So giving a big voice to those who have very strong ideas, very radical, if you like, ideas about changes in air quality will inevitably put off another part of the public which is a bit more skeptical and which sees that, you can't just, by banning stuff, you cannot actually radically improve living standards by banning stuff before creating an alternative for what is already there in place. That is, of course, without going into it, I'm not an environmental scientist, so I have no ready-made solutions. I'm talking only from the perspective of communications. When you have such an far-reaching idea, how do you present it in a way that it doesn't put off people who are afraid that this will influence their lives in a negative aspect in one way or the other? And finally, a few words about our campaign, how we did it in Burgas. This is the face of our campaign. It's called For Clean Air in Burgas. We're gathering the wisdom of the crowd, of the multitude, rather. It's an important crowd, doesn't sound well. So we're gathering the wisdom of the multitude. What we've tried to accomplish is being newsworthy, so picking every possible news item that is related to air quality and building something around it in the media, getting straight the mainstream media on board. Right from the very beginning, even before we launched the first phase, we had stuff on local TV, local radio, in the local news media that is covering the city. Engaging newsmakers, but staying away from their agenda. There are politicians and members of government who would be more than happy to take advantage of a campaign to promote their own political agenda. We had elections twice this year, and we're going to head for a third one. So everything you do is political, of course. Staying relevant over a long period of time. Crowdsourcing for 1 year is no easy stuff. You can't sell crowdsourcing or any other concept for over such an extended period of time. People get tired. People get confused between phases. Okay, I've participated already once, twice, 3 times. What do you want from me now? Which is where we are in phase 4. Why again? Not a new platform. Come on. It's too long. Okay. maximizing paid campaigns in social media, of course, it's an important factor. Maximizing organic and multiplier impact, because paid campaigns have their big influence, but of course they need to go together with, for example, using specialized groups, maximizing the outreach that you can achieve through people who have a large followership, a large digital footprint, and of course gamification. One of the things that we have, I think, quite successfully implemented in Burgas, there was a prize. For each of the phases, there was a prize. So participants would submit their replies to a network of local radio stations, and they would get a small reward. Like I think we started with, can't remember everything that we gave, but it was there was a smartwatch measuring your health data, and then in the final phase it was an air purifier, domestic air purifier. So this helped. The result, we wanted to establish some KPIs, objectives. How many of the citizens of Burgas we want to get engaged? We started with 1,000 per 1,000. So far, we are at 1 per 505. So that's about twice better than what we were expecting. And finally, looking forward, next year, communicate and share the impact or explain the lack of thereof. This is what we are going to be thinking about next year as a consortium, not just as implementers in Burgas. We need to be able to describe in very clear words what have we achieved, and if we haven't achieved anything, why? Because we just don't want to contribute to strengthening skepticism any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Petko, very much. A lot of challenges, also very interesting, which keep us thinking how to find solutions, but not so much overwhelming that we would be desperate at the end of the day. Also, Petko, thank you also for making some case studies for solutions, how we can overcome these challenges. Now I'd like to give the floor to Jože, our last presenter in this panel. Jože is going to present what the European citizens are thinking about the air quality, what are the problems they identified, and what solutions they have proposed. And this is your presentation. Is on. Okay. I think it's Jože. The floor is yours.
Let's see if it opens. Okay. Right. Okay, so thank you very much for introduction. So my name is Jože Rot. I come from European Environmental Bureau, and I'm here replacing my colleague Małgorzata who actually participated in this project to present to you the more about the concrete policy priorities that the citizens selected or through a process of crowdsourcing arrived to. Yeah, so shortly about a European Environmental Bureau. We are a large environmental citizens network. We have more than 170 civil society organizations from virtually all European countries, and they represent some 30 million active citizens who are their members. We tackle most of the environmental problems on the EU policy level and have been around for, I would say, almost 50 years, from the 70s or 80s, well, for a long time. I'm a newcomer. I'm there only 1 year, so forgive me for lacking some details. So yeah, we will now engage more into the content of the project, so not so much on how it was done, but through the project, some recommendations on air quality problems or policy issues were gathered, and you can see them here, and there are 8 of them. I think they are in order of priority, and yeah, based on these priorities, on the code web page, citizens can now engage into a wording, into some text, into translating these requirements into some text that would be potential feedback to the policy maker, to the decision makers. This web page then allows to engage with formulating more concrete proposal or text behind it. Yeah, I will just show the first one is to tax big polluters, the companies that pollute the most. And my colleague, as I said, prepared some starting text with which people can engage. And I will present more an EU-level policy context frameworks that are already there. Because, well, for most of these priorities, there already is some kind of policy solution or activity ongoing. I will focus on the EU level, but of course the regional and the local level would have their own answers or policy solutions. So, of course, EU Commission doesn't have direct competency on taxation. But the closest to this requirement would come the principle, the so-called polluter pays principle, which is enshrined in many environmental legislation. And it basically means that what it says, if you pollute, you need to pay. So either if sometimes you need to pay for licenses to operate, but sometimes if you if you break the legislation, or if you violate legislation, you have to pay fines or penalties. And then ideally this money would be funneled back into solving the problem that it created or that generated this money, and this is the idea. This there is a latest report of the European Court of Auditors saying how differently this is implemented into 27 member states and how insufficiently, in their opinion, their economists, right, accountants, this principle works. So there is a lot to work on this principle, and taxing the big polluter companies could be a next step in developing this polluter pays principle. Then the only competency that the Commission has on the taxation is, for example, mirrored in this energy taxation directive, where Commission is harmonizing some energy tax, but only in the role of getting the minimum, the common minimal tax, more in the sense of protecting the internal market than to drive actual taxation, because in taxation, as I said, there is no competency and not foreseen to be given. Oh, maybe, now I remembered, 5 minutes, okay. Let's forget about competency. So there are, I put in red. When you see in red, so these are the directives or instruments that are there, which are addressing pollution. So environmental emission trading systems, CO2 emissions. This is a carbon price in EU. It's very well known because as far as I remember, there is only one country which successfully implemented taxing. It's Canada. They have a taxation, and in EU we have more on the price on the carbon. It's a different, for economists there is a big difference, but in practical terms it's economic tool which affects the market and corrects the behavior. Okay, so the next big issue was focused on the renewable energy infrastructure, solar panels. This is a very, very actual, very current right now, where actually it is a mainstream policy, and in that sense we achieve a big moves, which without Mr. Putin's decision we would never be able to do in Europe. I think he was proclaimed the man of the year in Politico on the influence on the environmental issues. So Europe prepared the Commission put forward so-called Repower EU plan, which is pushing to exactly in this direction to drive the implementation on the national level of renewable energy infrastructure. The other piece of legislation which is also related to this is energy performance of buildings directive, which also addresses, well, in green, this is what we would propose, a mandatory rooftop solar installations for a new buildings, but in effect, it's not there. So, okay, this is a missed opportunity. But through RED 3 or RED 4, the so-called updates of the Renewable Energy Directive and Repower EU, there is now a big push towards it. And actually, we are very cautious because whenever the neoliberal system takes something as a mainstream policy, it tends to do it on the expense of all the public participation, and you are crowdsourcing for the public participation, and whenever the politics decides to push whatever solution, they try to do it fastly and efficiently, and as Churchill said, you should leave no crisis unused. They love crisis, because in that case you can easily sell to the crowds whatever solution you want, and now the solar panels and the windmills are the way to go. We are cautiously campaigning not to take the public out, and to be careful of where to put them, on the green fields or on the urbanized areas. So definitely we are for the second. Then there are some very similar proposals which are on the infrastructure, for example, cycling and walking. Next one is car-free cities and more green space, and next one is strengthen urban public transport. All these areas are mostly on the competency of national and local governments, although the Commission is driving, for example, the theory of change is, of course, with improved or strengthened environmental standards, you will sooner or later get the behavior of the member states and drive the behavior in the direction of increased cycling and more sustainable mobility and transportation. And on each of these, you will see the Commission on the EU level. There are various initiatives on cycling projects, then on the local and smart cities. Now this is this political platform run by the Commission, the Smart Cities Marketplace, which is for driving a regional and urban development to help cities explore these sustainable mobility issues. And on the big transport, trans-European transportation network, this is also finances, a lot of finances behind and investment but mostly in the bigger transportation corridors. Again, it can be used for national or local problems, of course, if the national or local politicians find interest in doing it. Then building, insulate building. To insulate building is this new proposal of energy performance of building directive within the Repower EU. Here, actually, Commission is quite progressive and pushing member states in the direction to isolate the buildings. So you can see more precisely if you want, but in this sense, it's very progressive, and we are quite satisfied. Then on establishing the rules for the big industry to get to zero emissions. Well, this is zero, of course, in the sense of political marketing, not actual zero. That would be impossible. Here, the Commission is proposing a new industrial emissions directive to expand it grossly from circa 50,000 industrial installations to 3 to 10 times more, to 150 to 500, because of including industrial farms of pigs, poultry, and especially cattle. Again, we can go in detail later. And then the last proposal was to engage more on the workshops or raising awareness of adult and younger young people. And yeah, here the Commission is conducting a European education area within which there are many initiatives on how to educate younger generations on the influence of our activity and on sustainable education, on climate education. And then a couple of years ago, the Commission started the Clean Air Dialogues, which are kind of bilateral engagement in where the implementation of air legislation was poor, and this was offered by the Commission, and then the member states had to show initiative and say, okay, we want to do this dialogue, and this was then kind of, the format was very structured and open, a series of workshops and discussion panels and assemblies which were looking for very concrete solutions for that country, how to fulfill the European legislation and standards. Okay. Thank you for your attention. This is, we can go now.
Do we have any questions for Jože and Petko before we are moving to the panel? Anyone like to pose a question? No? I have a very short question for you, Jože.
Yeah.
And I ask for a very short question. There is quite an overlap between what citizens are proposing to the digital crowdsourcing platform and what actually European institutions are already doing in terms of policy making and regulative measures. Do you think this is a coincidence or?
No. Or so it's a question of what was first, chicken or egg. Yes. Petko already said on how to sell the environmental or air quality related issues, and the people are quite sensitized, I mean, and educated on these issues, especially, well, you had young people 6 years ago following Greta Thunberg on the streets, and I think most of people are now more aware of the environmental and air-related issues, and yeah, therefore they are following the policies, and it's kind of interaction between lawmakers and the civil society or citizens. So it's I wouldn't say common knowledge, but indeed people are much more aware and educated on the issues and the problems and the solutions. And so yeah, in many, of course, in each country a bit differently, but I mean, in Europe in the past years we had many these kind of big events and movements. So yeah, this is my opinion. Not official position.
Yeah. Thank you. Now we will take a short 3 minutes break to set up the second panel of this conference, which is going to address the co-creating European and national air quality policies in dialogue with the citizens topic. I invite the panelists and Iveta Kazoka from Center for Public Policy to take the floor and start the panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear audience, dear participants, I think we can start. We have just about an hour and maybe 15 minutes to discuss this very important topic, linking what we already heard during the first morning session on citizen engagement with issues relating to air quality in Europe and also in Slovenia. Because the CODE project dealt not only with European Union level, but also city level and also the national level. And I have a really great pleasure to introduce you to the panel. I will tell a bit more about each of our participants as we go along. But right now, let me tell you about the rules of this panel and the main purpose of this panel. We will have 2 rounds of questions from me as a moderator. One set of questions will be related to the situation we are in right now. Namely, do people have sufficient opportunities to influence policies on air quality in Europe or in Slovenia? So that would be one set of questions, and we will have 2 people expressing themselves on Europe and 2 people expressing themselves on Slovenia. And the second round of questions would be on possible solutions and what can be done to give citizens even more opportunities to influence policies on environmental issues, both in Slovenia and Europe. And then you as the audience will have also the possibility to ask your own questions. So that being said, I think we can start, and we will start with Jerneja Jiga-Jeršen, who is the head of the European Commission's representation in Slovenia. And I know, and I hope that everyone here knows that last year was the year of experimentation in the European Union on citizen engagement. There was this large event called Conference on the Future of Europe. And I hope that you will briefly tell us about it, and also maybe you know some other instruments that would allow people who would wish to influence European policies about environment to do so. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. So it's this microphone, not the other one.
Okay. I'm keeping this one.
Sure. So first of all, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this interesting panel. I have to admit at the beginning, because at the conference it's about crowdfunding and so on, I'm definitely not.
Crowdsourcing.
Sorry, crowdsourcing. Yes, Freudian slip. Crowdsourcing, this is what I meant, but I said even on that one I'm definitely not a real expert. But when we are looking more into citizens' participation, that one a little bit more, because the European Commission is trying to be big on this. And I just caught the end of the previous presentation. Well, it looks that the Commission is doing everything just right. Just everything that the citizens are expecting, we are doing it. So I can have a very, very nice start, but I know that the debate will be a little bit different. But if I try to become a little bit more serious on this one, even though we see that still nowadays in Europe there are quite some citizens that feel that they are not being heard, that they are maybe complaining about pretty much everything, European level, national level, and so on, and that they realize that there are negative impacts also on the environment, and the Commission maybe is not doing enough. Here also there is a little bit of a problem that not every citizen, every participant has all the relevant and necessary information. So this is one of the issues that we have to educate them, but also you cannot force people to do things. So this is a bottom-up approach, and it's important that everyone is heard, everyone has the possibility to express themselves, different groups, and also that because once citizens have a say, that they can participate, they're definitely more likely to accept the consequences. And as you said, yes, indeed, we had a little bit of an experiment in Europe last year. But let me start with the thing which is not the most recent experiment, but still an experiment which came with the Lisbon Treaty. So it's called ECI, European, I think it's Citizens. You know, I love the acronym, so sometimes I have to check the Citizens Initiative. So, which says what? If you have 1 million of citizens, not, of course, from one member state, you have to have it from 7 member states, and there is a quorum of how many they have to be engaged to propose something to the Commission, it can be done. Because when you're teaching the kids what are the typical European Union institutions, you always say, the Commission is the only institution that has the right of initiative. What does it mean? Well, the Commission can come up with the idea, okay, we need to propose this and this. Then the Council and the Parliament, they can suggest to the Commission. But nowadays with this ECI, European Citizens Initiative, also a large group of citizens can get together and say, Commission, do something. And this was done, I think the one of those, 2012, had 1.8 million signatures. It was on the right of water. They succeeded. The Commission actually changed the legislative proposal. And there were some that ended in the non-legislative proposals. But so there is a possibility for citizens to do something. And now on the experiment, last year, during actually the Slovenian presidency, there was a lot of action on the conference on the future of Europe, because the president, when she started with her term, she said, we will put together the conference on the future of Europe, meaning what? Everyone can have a say, what are the issues that they want to engage with. And people were able to put their ideas online in their own member states. That was the first stage. The second stage was that there was a panel of, I think, more than 200 citizens that they debated on these things. So this went actually even further. And what is the most impressive thing, I see, when you look at the, I was just now at the one other meeting, when you look at the Commission work program, the concrete initiatives, when you see what is blue, and I'm telling you, 90% are blue, so what Commission is going to do next year comes out of concrete suggestions out of the conference on the future of Europe. So I think that this is becoming not only an experiment, and the last thing is, it is here to stay. President von der Leyen said this is going to remain a panel where citizens have their say when they're heard, that things can change with regarding to the environment, but also to other very important areas.
Thank you so much. And let's now check whether everything is really as good as it sounds. Jože Rock, you were already introduced to Jože. We already heard your presentation. First of all, would you agree that on substantive issues, European Commission is really doing what the citizens are saying that it should do, both in CODE project and the Europe Conference on the Future of Europe? And secondly, you also mentioned that your organization has more than 40 years of experience working on environmental issue advocacy. And I know you are new in this organization, but nevertheless, would you say that your organization, maybe other environmental organizations in Europe, have sufficient possibilities to influence European policies?
Yeah, thank you. Well, in these years, of course, many things have improved, and they're improving further on. So the options or possibilities for participation are now much better, higher than were previously, especially also with this commission, with its better regulation strategy and use of these tools like European Civil Initiative or Have Your Say or other public consultation issues and engagement. It has improved. However, there's always a gap between, of course, the lawmaker or policy maker, decision maker, and what people actually want or need. So there's always room for improvement. So in that case, we are, from our perspective, as I said, a lot of things improve, but on the other hand, we also participated in the Conference for Future of Europe, and the process was, in our opinion, very, a bit too random or stochastic, not so much direct, targeted. And as you said, I could find for every idea I can find a policy. So does it mean that the European Commission is doing everything right? No, not at all. But of course, they know that if they wouldn't address the problem, they would be out on the street, and people would take them down. So every ruler or decision maker, lawmaker knows that he needs to listen to the people, because this is where his true power is coming from. So technicalias have improved, and of course the Conference of the Future of Europe, following a good example of citizens' assemblies done in France after the Gilets Jaunes movement, or in Ireland for their abortion campaign. So these are all the social learning activities where the people, where the crowds, where the masses can come together and deliberate on a certain issue and deliver a clear message to the decision maker, lawmaker, on how to proceed. Sometimes the solutions are easily found and accepted on the, let's say, declarative level, but when it comes to implementation, and because there is only so much money, it means it will not be enough for something else, or we need to cancel some other policies, then of course this is where the policy arena and political fight comes in. And so yeah, these priorities, the identification of the issues on declarative level, sure, it's good, but the real gap is then in prioritizing or implementing them. You can also implement it in a way that serves only some people or centers or interests of power, or you can implement it in a different way. So here is our main row, and the difference we see is on how to implement, and on the tools themselves. Often the politicians, of course, welcome, like Petko mentioned, they welcome any opportunity for washing exercise, saying, exactly, this is what I propose. It's exactly my policy. You could see it with, even with, of course, the more populist the politician, the better, with Trump, or even in Europe, we were not lacking a populist politician. So, this was our, from not just our, but from NGO sector, especially EU or Brussels-based NGOs, the Big Ten, which are really skilled in advocacy. For us, this process was a bit too stochastic and not really bringing much to the table on policy level, or a solution level, or prioritization level, or concrete steps of how to do it. But it was more, it's a nice exercise and a good start. We need to start somewhere, and we hope that in future years it becomes a bit more realistic and implementable.
Thank you so much. An additional question to you. Basically, as you said, you represent a large organization. It's not like regular people who are engaged in experiment, but rather an organization with quite an experience in advocacy. What would you say? What are the most impactful methods that your organization would use in order to try to change something in European Union for better? Obviously, as you said, it probably would not be through conference on the future of Europe. It would be some other methods, but what would those methods be?
Yeah, we are using different approaches. We represent a very heterogeneous movement. So it started with more environmental issues, but now it's also on justice. So it's environmental justice, social movement, and it's very heterogeneous. We have members on the national level which are basically advocating completely opposite goals. So we're trying to find kind of, also for ourselves, we try to prioritize and bring this diversity together and make it efficient. And you need, the solution is, the short answer is, you need all complementary approaches. So you need direct action, people on the street protesting, young people, old people, whatever. But young with Greta were really, I mean, they inspired this commission, and von der Leyen's and Timmermans' Green Deal and everything. So it would not be possible without it. So you need this, but of course then you need also the other type of NGOs, the people who sit at the table and start crafting a solution and say, okay, now we have this regulation, it's working like that, we have to change. So you need from a grassroots to expert level, and somehow we're trying to make the future of society as within our organization. We will try to make a social compromise first ourselves to find, I mean, for example, is a degrowth the way forward, or do we need the growth economy? Or this is a very basic systemic question, and then also, yeah, reflects on other issues, on how you approach. So I think there's no one answer on what is best, but we are successful when all the components of the movement align, and then no one knows why this tipping point happens, and then the change happens immediately, and it's possible with the wider public and with the decision makers.
Okay, thank you so much. So we already heard about at least 4 different methods, starting from like those big innovative experiments. Oh, sorry, it's okay. I will get it a bit later. Oh, thanks. Okay, like Conference on the Future of Europe, we heard about those giant petitions with millions of signatures collected. We heard about direct action, like people's on the street and talking on social media and different formats about things that worry them. And also NGOs engaged in very technical work, sitting at the same table where there are politicians and civil servants trying to draft new legislation. So basically these kinds of methods are topical at the European Union level at the moment. I would be interested in to what extent the same methods would be also topical for Slovenia as a country. On environmental issues, I would address first to Spela Johar, who is representative of Ministry of Environment and Spatial Planning of Slovenia. How would you say for an NGO active in Slovenia on environmental issues, what kind of tools, methods, procedures they would have available to have some influence on what decisions on environmental issues are taken in Slovenia? I use this one? Yes. Yeah. Is it on? It's on. It's on. Try it. Or no? Okay. Do we? Is it? Yeah.
You should press the button.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Have to be
it says on.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So thank you so much for having me here today among these wonderful guests. So yes, of course, NGOs can contribute to policy, and if I start really boring, the Aarhus Convention is the fundamental framework for access to information, for public participation in decision making, and to access to justice. So for NGOs, I think really important is first and second pillar, so access to information, because for example, ARSO, Slovenian Environment Agency, is providing the environmental data. It's public and it's on their website. It's recent as it could be, up to date, about pollutants in the ambient air quality. So, and the second pillar, which is really important, is public participation, because we as a ministry, as national authority, we need to ensure transparent and fair public participation in the preparation of national policies. We need to include public and NGOs, of course, as soon as possible. We need to give access to all our documents that we are preparing, and we usually give them time from 30 to 60 days to give comments and views on those documents. And nevertheless,
we need to consider and address all those comments and give response if we are accepting those comments, if we are semi-accepting or not accepting, and we need to explain why, for example, we are not accepting. So these documents are always updated on the web portal Democracy. So yeah, I think there's one big opportunity, and also we are available for meetings, and NGOs can always contact us or write us or call us and express their views and ideas with us. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just several questions, just to for me to understand if I understood you correctly.
Yes.
So basically, in Slovenia, both regarding environmental issues, but other issues, the public is given 30 to 60 days to comment on proposals by the government.
Yeah, this is more or less the usual standard, to give 30 to 60 days.
That's a lot. Compared
That's a lot, but
to country, it's a lot.
It depends how difficult or how many changes are in the documents. So yeah, it depends.
And you have to address to every comment received there.
Yes.
Okay, now the main question.
That's quite a lot of work to do, yeah.
How many comments usually on environmental issues you would receive, and how much time would be spent on preparing answers to those?
It depends. It really depends. It could be none, and it could be hundreds.
And if these are hundreds, that basically you would then write for each of those. We agree.
You kind of group them.
Okay.
Which one are the similar ones, and then you answer to them, to all of them.
And what is your general evaluation relating both to air quality but other environmental topics as well? Are people in Slovenia interested in using this opportunity or not so much?
I think not so much. Not as much as it would be useful, I guess, because usually they're the same persons that are interested in this, but not general public. I don't think so. I think NGOs are really active, and that's
okay. I see you looking at probably. I don't know if Institute for Health and Environment is an NGO. It is an NGO. So Tomasz Gorenc. So I will give the floor to you right now to address what you've just heard. That basically it seems to me, but I'm an outsider. I'm not really sure if I understand it correctly. But in Slovenia, a regular person would have quite a good opportunity to influence decisions, and maybe if not influence, at least get some response on whether his or her idea is a good one or not so good one. But does it really work like that in practice?
I would say, first of all, good everyone. I'm coming from the Institute for Health and Environment, and yes, we are NGO, but we are NGO in public interest. So this is a special status that is recognized by the Ministry for Environment and Special Planning, but also for the Ministry for Health as well. So this is a status in a way that there is a recognition that we are working in the public interest. So we have a certain standard of profession as well. We are not biased in this case, and we need to report as well what we are doing, so what is our plan, so to be consistent. And to be consistent, I think this is really important. Now, I will try to link to Spela here, and yes, Aarhus Convention is a framework, is a fundament, indeed. But it's also important how it's implemented in practice. And I wouldn't say that everything is black and white, so everything is working perfectly, or the other way around. Everything is wrong, or it's not working properly, right? So I would say it depends from case to case, and also from the policy to policy. For example, if we have policy on climate change, I bet that there is a lot of comments. But if we would say about I don't know, more niche or more specific topic, well, there is not so much. It depends also on the policy. But if I go back to my general response, I would say that in Slovenia, I think when we are talking about participatory processes and democratical processes, I think there is a relatively still low awareness. I think majority of people, I mean general citizens, still thinks that voting is the only way how to proceed or engage, right? Referendums and elections. But however, there are more ways how to do it, right? And I think Spila mentioned the environmental agency, for example. I think the platform with those environmental indicators is a good example of the, I would say, level one. This is information. So the citizens need to be aware of the situation. Now, I think there is a room for improvement. It's not enough that there is on the website, but also in what forum is on the website, because we cannot expect from general society to be an expert. This happened with the young people. Greta Thunberg and young people acting for climate, they were starting, journalists starting asking them questions that are expert questions. And usually, young people say, okay, come on, I'm not an expert, but you cannot expect me to answer such complex questions. I'm a young person, but I'm pointing out what your job should be. You know? So, it's a tricky. So I think the general society cannot be an expert on anything, but still need to be aware and should be digested in such forum so they can be aware. And I think the public media in this case is really important channel. Nowadays, also social media is really important channel as well. So we need to take advantages and disadvantages of that. So if I continue, we have, I see level 2. This is the consultation. And Spila mentioned this, and I think there is a process with NGOs, that there is a collaboration, and it's a two-way process. E-democracy as a platform is such example. I think there are a lot of sub-pages when you can, as an individual or as an NGO, you can give an opinion, recommendation, comment, also an initiative if you want, right? But I think this is perfect if it's done meaningfully. Otherwise, it's just a tokenism. Then we have a layer 3 and 4, and this is the consultation and empowerment. And I will give a good example with the Ministry of Environment and Health, in my opinion. With a new minister, there was established, in my humble opinion, good fundament. This is the working group at the Ministry for Environment and Special Planning for NGOs. So representatives from the NGO sector were elected by the peers to be in that working group, collaborating with the minister and policymakers. Now, next week we have a second meeting, so we are in the beginning of the process, but I see this as a good step in the right direction, right? I can comment that next year what will happen, but still I think that this is a good way of the collaboration. It's difficult, I know, because I can imagine the lack of capacities and time and everything, right? But consistency, I think, is important, right? Yeah, I could elaborate more, but maybe...
Is the agenda in those meetings set by the minister or by NGOs?
It's a two-way process for now.
For example, if we were to discuss air quality issues in Slovenia, and I'm not sure whether it's a topic in Slovenia or not, would an NGO be able to address this question with the minister in those meetings?
My expectations are definitely. By the way, our organization gave, and also our partners gave also comments in other policies, because you know air pollution or air quality is, I would say, a horizontal topic, because it's also connected to health, of course, right? And yes, since the European Commission in the beginning of the November, I think, they gave an opinion on new air quality directive. I mean, this is an important process that will come to Slovenia eventually. I hope as soon as possible, but as you may know or not, air quality in Slovenia is a struggle, definitely, because of geography, but also from the energy and mobility habits, policies, or trends that we have. So Yes, definitely I'm looking forward to discuss these topics with the Minister of Environment and Special Planning, but not only with him, because, you know, health is important, a stakeholder, the Ministry of Health, or infrastructure, you know, also economy.
Okay, so we are now on the second round of questions, and I will continue with Slovenia before moving back to European Union level. It sounded so great what both of you described about the citizen engagement possibilities in Slovenia, but nevertheless, I suspect that it's always not so rosy as it appears. And whenever there is some sort of a problem, there is also a need or possibility of innovation, of making things better. Where would you feel that in Slovenia there would be a strong need for innovation regarding citizen engagement on air quality issues or any other kind of issues? Would those be, I don't know, category of people who are actively not involved or apathetic, or would there be some other need where you would feel that innovation is necessary, some sort of a change is needed because the result would be better if this group of people would have been involved, or the decision makers would, get some more meaningful impact from citizens, or maybe decision makers would more actively seek better input from citizens. So where would you feel that the ground for improvement still lies in Slovenia?
So me? Or?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that technical or social innovations or different democratic approaches are beneficial, I think. So shortly, yes, right? It would be an answer. But longer answer would be yes, but, right? Such innovations, such tools or good practices will not solve the problem, in my opinion, by default, right? If we will not address the mindset, maybe, from the previous intervention that I gave, right? So it can help, and I can give a concrete example. 2 years ago, we started a small campaign on air quality, specifically on NO2 emissions that are really connected to traffic in Ljubljana. Now, it was the middle of the epidemic, and also epidemic measures were taken into action, right? With all lockdowns, and a lot of different policies were implemented at that time. However, we started a collective mapping. So we invited visitors and citizens of Ljubljana to contribute. Where do you think the air quality is bad in Ljubljana, and why? This why was really important. And it was an online campaign, so everybody could participate. And actually, the interest was huge. I was surprised that the why section was really good as well, because we got insights. What citizens think, what they know about air quality, how they connect air quality with mobility. Because we also got answers like, yeah, my neighbor is burning something, you know. Usually it's like that. So we got really diverse responses, right? So we selected them, we digested them, and then we invited also volunteers. We trained them, and we measured air quality with them, right? So it was not point just the information, also education, and also this participation. Let's do it together. Of course, we cannot do it with all the stakeholders there, but still with a group that we can properly work with it. And then when we got the results, obviously results were bad, but unfortunately. But then we prepared the interactive map with the report. We commented with the experts as well. So we involved different stakeholders, and then we presented together publicly, transparently, right? Interest was huge, I would say, from the media, citizens as well, also policymakers, but we need to take it into account that these are not on the national level just, but also on the municipality level. And I can see that I have mixed feelings, because a collaboration afterwards with some of the experts on policymakers was great. But I got the feeling with some of them also this with feeling, you're not doing right? These are not official measurements. The official measurements should be like this and this and that, but official measurements are measured on the 4 meters high. Now, kids are not that tall, you know. So we were actually reflecting on the concrete situation. We were not double-checking the official measurements. That's useless, right? That we wanted to see what is the real situation, because this is important, because WHO launched the new standards that are, you know what, really, really low. And sooner or later, from the EU level, we will deal with it on the national level as well. And I'm looking forward, meaningfully, for this process in Slovenia, because this is important, because vulnerable groups are at stake. And also our comments, for example, the measures that might be useful to be implemented. Not all of them cannot be, but some of them are really, really, really useful in my opinion, and are not just black and white, are not radical, but yes, over communication, participation, discussions are needed to do that, right?
Yeah, I think it was a really inspiring story about how you can engage so many people to give feedback on what the air quality is around them, and also then work with decision makers to try to at least make them more aware, maybe even affect change.
I just want, that feels like a promotion or something, but the thing is that this is just an example when we planned the steps of the participation. I know that sometimes cannot be done like that, right? And we have bad and good practices. That's the point. And also innovations, as I mentioned at the beginning, won't solve by default.
That's true.
That's the thing.
Okay, thank you so much. But let's now go to Spela. And Spela, your perspective is from civil service point of view. So you already described the platform, e-democracy platform that you have, and where you get some feedback from citizens on concrete policies which your ministry is developing. But here we talked about some other way of citizens' engagement, where basically people come up with some idea on their own initiative. How do you feel? To what extent these kind of initiatives that we just heard can be more encouraged in Slovenia, or are they encouraged at the moment? Do you feel that from the point of view of civil servants and politicians, these kinds of initiatives are appreciated, or rather considered to be those strange things that people are doing? They're not very strictly standard-based research, so why should we care? So is these kinds of initiatives appreciated in Slovenia, and can there be more of them in the future?
I think they're appreciated because, you know, usually at the ministries, only one person is dealing with one topic. So we are usually one-man band. We don't have a team to discuss with and find solutions and new creative ideas. So it's really welcoming if someone, I don't know, a team, some NGO is thinking about what else can we do. So, yeah, but we need to communicate those things. So I think we need, I don't know, some way, some platform, or I don't know what. So those ideas would go back and forward. And of course, it's nice to hear all these ideas from one point of view, but sometimes those ideas are not so realistic. So I think with communication we can find middle ground, and yeah, I think we should communicate more.
Okay, but what I heard from Slovenia really sounded inspiring, both this format where your NGOs can meet with minister, and also what this initiative was about equality in Ljubljana, and also the consultation platform It sounds for me a bit too good to be true, but maybe I'm too skeptical. So, but if you both confirm that it's really like that, then I just have to believe that it's like that. It's really welcoming. Slovenia is really welcoming citizens' input on environmental issues.
Yeah, you know, because if you want to improve air quality, you should not only how can I say, it's important to tackle the problem bottom up and top down at the same time. So that's why we need to meet in the middle, because measures are implemented in the local level, not on the national level. They are as well, but the biggest changes are on the local level, at communities, at local communities. So yeah, it's important that they feel included, heard, that they are motivated to make some changes in, I don't know, with how we commute and how we heat our buildings and ventilate our buildings and so on. You know, it's me and you to start with. So yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And now let's try to return to our common European Union level. And I would ask Jože also where the most necessity, the biggest necessity for innovation lies. I would maybe try to set the space in this manner. Basically, would you feel that there would be a greater need to innovate in order to reach and engage those people who are currently totally not interested in European Union policies? That would be one point of view. Another point of view is, would you feel that there is more need for innovation in order to make decision makers, not just in European Commission, but European Parliament, maybe national governments, to listen better to citizen input that's already there, but maybe have not really have enough acceptance?
I hope I remembered the questions.
Sorry, basically, where do you need the European Union should improve?
No, but the first one was about...
is it about the necessity to engage more citizens, that there's not enough citizens in
Well, you know, innovation is a catchy word, but we're innovating as a society from since the human civilization exists. So, okay, now we can use new tools. It always comes back, you know, to the readiness of the politicians or those in power to actually share this power and how to execute it. So if they are forced by some movement, by some very strong issues, then for sure they do it, but very scarcely, you know. So it's I mean, for example, the Commission often has a right to do delegated acts or implementing acts, and then the Council and the Parliament play a certain role there. But for example, we are NGOs. We are also often the EU paid, so to do our kind of perspective, to bring some wider perspective and data. And often we contribute, of course, on all these consultations and etc. And the Commission also tries to respond, like Slovenian government, the same practices and better regulation on the EU level. But is it effective? Is it sufficient? Is it really? I mean, it would be case by case, and there is no straight answer. There's no static answer. You know, it's a very dynamic. The social dynamics is very active, and it goes back to the actual people who are in power. If they are, for example, we had a previous commission under Jean-Claude Juncker, was a completely different organizational culture, completely different values. Everything was about economic growth, jobs, saving Europe economically, because it was an external situation like that. And then we had young people going to streets, and we had a new commission, and Green Deal was there. No? Now we had this energy crisis, war in Ukraine. I'm not sure if the Green Deal will survive. This is now a big question. So also not just on the side of the politicians, but also on the public opinion. And there are different interests. So one is policy, and the other thing is politicians. And the politicians have different values, are far from progressive. I wouldn't go very far, but working with them is really a challenge. So it's one thing when the cameras are on, and even there the standards of the communication behavior have worsened dramatically in the past 10 years, not just in US but also in Europe with the populist discussions, etc. So it's really, it can be progressive, it can be nice, it can be inclusive, it can be all these positive values, but it really depends on the personality of the politician. You remove that one, another one comes and is the same rules but completely different outcome. Different music is playing, the orchestra is there, but the notes are changed. So.
Okay, do I understand you correctly? Because I would like to narrow this focus a bit. Are you saying that basically citizens have been clear enough about what they need on environmental issues on the European Union level, and there have been enough engagement? The problem, if there is a problem, lies sooner on how their ideas are being received by politicians.
Yeah, there is. If you look to the Eurostat polls they do every month, the environment is always like health, etc., very high on the scale. So there is no. But the problem is the gap is this cognitive gap or behavioral comes later on how to implement it, how to prioritize. This is where the politics, the policy come in and how to reach this goal. And are we aware enough of the environmental crisis? Of course, the climate change is here. Everyone now sees it's not change, it's crisis. It changed definitely for the next couple of hundreds of years. And now with the for example, with the Ukrainian war, fossil fuels are not available anymore for us in the way they were before. So, of course, these are people are very much aware of these issues, and what the politicians do is propose how to solve them. Okay. And this is where this public arena or forum comes in. How do we engage or debate this with the larger people, wider public, and all the methods from media, social media come into play here.
Okay, so thank you, Jirnei. So it seems to me, maybe again, I'm not fully right in this, is that basically on the European Union level, the main issue is to what extent people feel that their voice is being listened to, that they get not just the possibility to speak, but also to influence something at the European Union level. And maybe you can elaborate on this. For example, let's take this experiment that both of us already mentioned, like Conference on the Future of Europe. Will there be some follow-up from European Commission? In general, to what extent European Commission, your organization, works to assure people that it's not that they have only the platform to speak, but also that their voice matters?
Yeah, let me first, so thanks for the question. First I have to respond to completely right what Jože said about this is indeed a political commission. So this is, it's, even if it sounds a little bit, oh, what is this? It is a fact. So even the previous one, but this one even more. We even notice it. So we, the civil servants, I won't say in Brussels, at the commission, we see it is like this. But what does it mean for citizens' participation? Politicians are those that have to be accountable to someone. If we had a technocratic government, well then, they might not be so concerned about what people think. This one is very much concerned about what people think. Now, there are, of course, different interest groups influencing different sides, but when this commission came and they listened to people like Greta, they listened to those that the environment matters, I think this is important. And he said, well, crisis coming up, will the European Green Deal survive? If you ask, the official position of the Commission is European Green Deal is the answer, because the fossil fuels cannot survive anymore, so we have to go to renewables. I'm trying to be a little bit to spicing up the debate. But if we, so I opened this, I'm sure you're going to react to this one. But if I just mentioned a little bit on the conference. Conference, The Future of Europe was indeed an experiment. At first, also when you were saying that these were mostly the usual suspects that were heard. Yes, maybe in Brussels, all these organizations, but this is why the Commission wanted to make sure that those groups that don't always open up their mouth, that they do it. 1/3 of everyone who participated was young people. It is normally, young people nowadays don't really care that much about politics and everything, but the Commission in a way tried to motivate them or force them, come on, have your say. So I think that the future is a little bit rosier in these participation things. And we see what came up. The conference finished so on 9th of May, so Europe Day this year. And we came up with 49 wide-ranging proposals and individual measures. And they come in the area of pollution, sustainable production of food, circular economy. This is actually what matters to all of us. And then some of them, the Commission has already put forward a proposal on Zero Pollution Action Plan, on revision of Industrial Emissions Directive, and so on. Then it called on the co-legislature to act on polluter pays principle, but there are also ideas that what comes next is the revision of ambient air quality legislation, revision of directive on ship source pollution, and revised list of surface and groundwater pollutants. And in September, President Ursula von der Leyen had her State of the Union address, and there she said, these panels, maybe they were an experiment, but they have to stay here so that people will be those that will be saying things. So this is, even if the platform is not more open at this stage, it is always possible to say, and I think people are heard. Now, as showed you, the work program, it says 90% of all the initiatives for next year are colored in blue, which means there are follow-up of the conference. For me, this is very important. And also, and if this doesn't work, what stays is the so-called ECI, so European Citizens Initiative. So you maybe think it is difficult to put together 1 million people, but when it is a cause that matters to everyone, it is possible. And what we are also planning to do from next year onwards, we're going to, we designed a central online collection system, which says that it is going to be easier to put this online, to collect the signatures. These tools are difficult in terms of data protection, all this, so Commission will help here so the citizens can get together. But, so citizens can work together. The Commission will not promise a legislative solution to everything, but will review. And for some of the initiatives, it says, well, I think that the legislation is strong enough, but I think we live in difficult times with all the issues that we have, with the climate change, with the war, with the energy prices. But the individual is much more hurt now than ever before. I would like to say this, and also, I know it's not my time for questions, but I want to drop a small, just tricky question. We said that in Slovenia, everyone can, ask questions, express themselves. Maybe you have heard about Next Generation EU that Commission came up with. This is 700 billion money to make the entire European Union better again. We have recovery and resilience plans. In the Slovenian one, there is something which says about renewables, more hydropower, and then there is, not with these words, but we know there is a hydropower plant called Mokrice there. So, what I have heard, yes, citizens will have a say, they will have a lot of say, and it is very likely this power plant, it's never going to see the light of day. So I think from the Slovenian perspective, I think it's good to listen to citizens, but sometimes especially environmental in themes, they might, I'm not, by the way, saying whether it's good or bad, Mokrice, please, I don't know enough about it, but it might be even more, a bigger stake to be put to all the NGOs and so on. So it's a provocative question which I am not taking sides in it.
Okay, thank you so much. So the comment, and then we have, we'll still have some 10-15 minutes for questions.
Yeah, yeah. About Mokrice, I don't want to say yes or no. That let's have a voting or something. No, but the thing is, here we go again. The process, right? And I don't want to show that maybe me and Spila, we were talking about everything is good and we have platforms and so on. No, I said many times, no radicals on that and that side, okay? There are cases that is working and there are cases that is not working, okay, to be honest. But what I think, we have, I will start with Green Deal first. Okay, Green Deal is alive, fair enough. But what is the real policies counts? For example, the full alignment of the air quality is not there. So full alignment follows Green Deal, right? And here we go again. In Slovenia, I have a lot of examples. For example, we have, let's widen the roads, the highways toward the city. That's the step in the wrong direction, from climate perspective, from air quality perspective, and so on. Now, in some eyes, I'm saying this, I'll be a radical person, okay? And in Mokrice, I would say, I don't know the case really good, but as I know, there is more a controversial thing going there. But that is not just, or energy sector, we can talk about nuclear as well. For example, I'm not saying now, yes, I'm pro, I'm against. I won't say now, but the thing is, again, what is the process behind it? If you have the doors closed, yeah, sure, you will get objections, you will have unconstructive comments, right? We in Slovenia are talking about nuclear and a referendum. It's on and on and on. Referendum, yeah, it should be a referendum. But some process is already started. So, is that meaningfully? No, right? So I'm going back to the process, you know. So you can have platforms, shiny gamification platforms, whatever you want. But if you are taking it seriously, and if you are consistent, that's the thing.
Okay. I think it's a very important remark. Okay, do we have questions in the audience to our panel? Okay, okay, we do have.
Thank you very much. I will just try to follow up your substyle thing. How to say, exploration. Is there really a rules of guard between the environmental NGOs and the Ministry of the Environment and Spatial Planning? You are really trying to dig in, but I don't think you are satisfied with the answer. Maybe I can share outsider perspective on it. As, of course, I'm not an NGO professional from the environmental policy, public policy. I'm the NGO from the digital transformation policy, but of course, the NGOs working in the NGO field are also looking always what other colleagues are working in the public policy making, and answer whether there is a rose garden between them depends from which government is on the power. So at the moment we have liberal, left-wing, central government which is very aligned with the agenda of the NGOs. So of course there are not so much clashes. But looking just half a year back, the right-wing government in Slovenia, we saw clear attempts how to limit the activities of the NGOs, looking at the regulation who can get this public interest status in the environmental policy. Also limiting the funding for the environmental NGOs. And there was a big issue with the water referendum when the opposition and the environmental NGOs aligned against the government in order to overthrow the government regulation. So it depends. It's a lot of clashes. It depends who is on the government, how this government actually is communicating with the environmental sector. And also one thing which is also, I would say, historically important is that we, NGOs and the digital policy area, are a little bit jealous of the colleagues from the environmental policy because they have Aarhus Convention. We don't have something like that in the digital transformation public policy. We also don't have systematic funding over decade of the policy networks of the NGOs on the level environment. You have two strong policy networks. One is the Plan B, which is very influential. I'm the coordinator of the policy network for the Inclusive Digital Information Society, and we are struggling every year to get financing, and we are now working voluntarily for the last 2 years on the same level of policy advocacy as the colleague from the environment. So it really depends on the situation and the differences, how this civil dialogue is developed from the policy field to the other policy field. And for us, for the digital society, the environmental NGOs were always kind of, I would say, highlight of the professionalism and the ability to influence the public policy, and with also with a meaningful impact. So keep up rocking.
Okay, thank you for these remarks. They are really helpful to provide context to what we just heard. My last question would be to INePA. Just following up on what Simon just said, that basically it's sometimes lucky circumstances like political alignment, but sometimes it's a long work in providing good grounds for cooperation between civic society and some institution, in this case different governments, and also some very seemingly technical things like funding provided for organizations that can organize different groups of society in order to advocate for their interests and for public benefit. That's crucial to success in the civic dialogue. To what extent do you feel that European Commission currently prioritizes not only this new experiment that you said that we are going to have those citizen panels with randomly selected citizens as a permanent feature of the European Union, but also different organizations who try to promote public benefit in environmental issues and other issues for the future? To what extent is it important for the European Commission?
The European Green Deal remains as the priority. So in September we had, as already mentioned, State of the Union, and the President said European Union is staying the course, which means doesn't matter if there is war, doesn't matter if there is energy crisis, we want to really reach the goal to become the first climate neutral continent by 2050. This is it. And I think a lot of the resources go in this. And what we came up with, even before the war, with Fit for 55, it is a lot of things. And because these green environmental issues are so important, as I said, we need to have some kind of consensus. We need to have public behind. So now don't ask me on real details what is the level of funding of the NGOs, because I'm not able to give you the exact number. But I do believe that there are possibilities. So there are possibilities for people to organize themselves. So in these important areas like it is the green, it is the digital, it is the values. So in this area, I think it is extremely important that we have NGOs and civil society on board, but not only to say, as someone said, we have to have a dialogue. Even European Commission, it's only people as you and me. It's not people who take the textbooks from the shelf and know everything. So you need to talk to these people and try to come up with something better. With, for example, I mentioned Next Generation EU and Recovery and Resilience Plans, where everyone in Slovenia said not enough debate. Well, yeah, okay, it was, the Commission said there has to be debate. So we're gently trying to say this, and it's not the end. We're continuing the reforms that needs to happen. it was ironic. 1 month ago, there were some colleagues in Slovenia from Brussels. We had a meeting with some stakeholders, and the European Commission put Slovenian NGOs behind the table and started to debate this. We said, come on, you know, we need this, and I can't answer on the exact funding, but for me it becomes a crucial issue, because the technocrats cannot just run this place and find a solution, but it is the political commission, the politicians from member states, and also the parliamentarians, which are doing something good for Europe, but also civil society here. And we are all citizens, we are users of the clean air or not so clean air that we breathe. I won't say that the future is rosy, but definitely we are aware of the importance that we do put prominence to this segment of society.
Okay, thank you so much. On this inspiring note, let me close this session, and thank you very much, our wonderful, I think really wonderful panel that we had here. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
And now I'll give the mic to Simon for some closing words of this conference.
Thank you, Iveta.
Let's go.
Yes, you can give.
Sorry, I just said I won't get a better view.
Yes.
And escape the questions.
I would just like to make a short announcement of the follow-up of the conference. I need to, it's here. I would like to address your attention to the Road to Europe project. Okay, right. First of all, thank you very much all who participated at this conference through all day, from morning to the afternoon. I think it was very inspiring in terms both in content and I think very interesting panelists. I think the quality of the discussion, okay, of course I'm the organizer, but but still, I think the quality of discussion was quite a high level. Also, I think also well prepared with from the facilitator and the panelists. So I think really nailed some good points out of this. So I really hope all who participated also online, there was quite a lot of people following us, get some basic ideas about what is, first of all, digital crowdsourcing, kind of novel topic we are now exploring in the European Union, and also current issues with the air quality both in Europe and in Slovenia. With this conference, actually is not over. This quest, this is the website of the Code Deciding Europe, which is going to be in a few days, I think also be updated with the latest results of the crowdsourcing project. So everyone who is interested in these topics, please have a visit of it, follow it, and we still have 1 more year to make also analysis of the impact of this digital crowdsourcing. Also how this, what also Christina said early in the morning, how these success factors that were also implemented in this concrete case so that we can build this good basis, knowledge base of what is working and what is not working. Also, I would like to thank our media partner, Studio 12 NGO, who is filming the conference. All the videos is going to be presented on the website, so everyone can then follow up the discussions and look at what we discussed. And at the end of the day, I wish you the nice rest of the day, the evening, and also keep up going for the more democratic, more inclusive, not only European Union, but also our national states, our governments. I think this was all the common ground that we collaborated today, and it gives me a kind of also hope and positive orientation for the future. So thank you very much for your participation, and I wish you a nice evening. Thank you.